the March 4th Reciprocity Committee meeting. Call to order. I'd like to welcome everybody here. And do I need to do roll call?
Sure.
Okay. All right. We'll start right here.
Merle Smith. Merle Smith, present.
Nina Coppinger, present.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
As you see, I have provided you the Reciprocity Committee meeting minutes from last month. Take those home and review those to see if there's any corrections that need to be made. My apologies that I didn't get them to you in advance. Go ahead and look at those, and if you have any questions over the next month, we'll approve them at next month's Reciprocity Committee meeting. I have also provided you both with a printout of every state, the cosmetology education required, continuing education, some synopsis of the reciprocity requirements and the hours that they accept for manicurists and estheticians as well. The grade ones are the states that equal or exceed Tennessee's reciprocity equivalent somewhat in hours, and the others are less than that. I have brought this for our discussion for the meeting to discuss what we can do with our reciprocity rules and laws. Also provided to you is our reciprocity application along with the instructions that every reciprocity applicant completes and sends back into the board office, as well as a printout of 2 of the FAQs that are listed on the board website that relate to reciprocity. And then, as you all both know, our statute is in your hall. And as I just informed you, our applications for reciprocity somehow didn't get loaded onto the iPad, and so we have somebody printing all the application information for you all to review once we discuss this information.
Is this the current application?
Yes, with the blue box at the bottom.
This is the one they're receiving, right?
Yes, this is the application that they're completing when they're applying through reciprocity. Basically, they fill out all their information in the middle beside applicant, and then they fill out their information, and you all see these every time you review the applications completed. Their hours, and at the bottom is their notary and oath that they are completing this to the best of their ability. And then in the inside are our directions and our reciprocity requirements. And these directions don't necessarily, they've just been something that's been formatted over a course of time. I don't know if it's been board policy. I'm assuming that this was a board-approved form. If you look at the front on the bottom left corner, that is the state's marking for when the form was last revised, 6 of 96. So it's been some time since this form's been looked at.
This form does touch everything that needs to be addressed, though, right?
I think to some extent with our law that we have now, it does. I think in the past there's been some question brought to the board office's attention that when the board had required applicants to go and get additional education, that wasn't listed anywhere in our application.
Well, that was because they didn't meet the requirements for Tennessee.
Right. And I think the discrepancy in that is when someone's applying for reciprocity, they are simply applying for waiver of the Tennessee state exam. And basically, if the board's decision is that they go back to school or take the exam, then that individual could have applied just through a general application for testing. They could have taken that route, and they would have had to go and get the hours on their own as opposed to being told basically by the board to do it. Does that make sense?
Say that again.
If the board simply denied their reciprocity application, they could have reapplied just with a general testing application, but they would have to meet Tennessee's requirements that way, so they would have had to go back on their own and get the additional education. Because in order to test, you have to show you've substantially met Tennessee's requirements. Does that make sense?
So on this form, there's not a, it doesn't have 62-4-116 on here, does it?
It does not.
Okay. Or does it have that to refer to that at all, or?
It doesn't. Technically, it doesn't need to.
The only thing reciprocity does means that license without, even though the statute says license without examination specifically. All the stuff in the gray, if they've met the gray, then we can issue the license. Essentially meant.
So when you look at your printout of the information of the hours that exceed for each state, for example, we say they should have substantially met Tennessee's requirements, but one thing we have never discussed, I think it's been brought up, but we've never made it a point to always check, did they take the exam in a different state?
Right.
Some, for example, Alabama at the top, requires more than 5 years experience and proof of the exam, and or if you have greater than 5 years experience in taking the exam. Then the next one, Alaska's, if there's a blank, it's because we didn't get that information. We haven't gotten that far yet, or a question mark. My apologies on those states. Arizona gives licenses for licenses, or you can simply take their exam. Arkansas is a license for a license. See, some states, except if you're licensed in another state, that's sufficient for them. California, similar to us, have to meet the state requirements or have a license for over 3 years. They don't necessarily require active practice. Colorado exceeds with 1,800. Connecticut's is a little different, 1,500 hours, or your 1,500 hours may substitute 500 hours with experience.
But I'm thinking if you have 1,500 hours, you also have to have taken an exam to substantially meet Tennessee requirements. Is that correct?
It depends on the discretion of the individual looking. When you read and Rob, you might want to reference the applicant information for a cosmetologist. Give me just a second. Any person who desires a cosmetologist license shall submit an application for exam to the board on the prescribed form. The application shall be accompanied by the fee, proof that the applicant has attained at least the age of 16 and has completed a course of instruction of no less than 1,500 hours in practice and theory at a school of cosmetology. And that is simply for cosmetologists. So if you were defining substantially completing ours, then I would defer to Rob, but my thought would be that you have to be at least 16, you had to have passed an exam, you had to have 1,500 hours in practice and theory in a school of cosmetology, and further, I think that would be it for cosmetology. But when you reference our reciprocity, it says that the board may grant in its discretion a license without exam to any applicant who holds a valid license issued by another state or the District of Columbia and has substantially met the qualifications for licensure in the state, or furnishes proof that the applicant has continuously and lawfully engaged in the occupation or practice for which a license is applied for a period at least 5 years immediately preceding the date of application. So if you read our reciprocity law as is, you either can hold a valid license issued by another state and have substantially met the qualifications in Tennessee, which would be what our licensing statute referenced, which is 62-4110, or you can prove 5 years of continuous and lawful practice in the occupation. So to me, when I read this as a layperson, I would think, well, if I had 1,000 hours and I've been practicing for 5 years, that meets number 2 under 62-4116. But I think that the board has always taken them collectively, that you had to meet substantially all our requirements, meaning 16 test, 1,500 hours, and you have to show 5 years. But technically, this says or 5 years.
In the past, if they have a current 5-year work history, we don't even see them. They've usually been approved through the office. And if
they're not meeting the 1,500 hours, they don't. They come before you, even if they have a 5-year work history. If they have 1,200 hours, I believe, those have come before you. Any
work history that we've looked at that I can recall, there was a question about the 5-year work history. It wasn't clear cut.
I think that may be the case in most instances. I think if there's even a shadow of a doubt in my mind that they may not meet the requirements, I put those applications in front of you.
Right. That's what we've looked at, if there's any sort of question at all. But so if you give a license for a license, which is what reciprocity is, you have to prove a 5-year current work history. That's what our book says. Or you have to substantially have met our requirements. And that's substantially, that word just really irks me. But the hours and a test. So if you have, and so I feel like we're in line by requesting people to take our Tennessee State exam, and if we feel like there's any kind of gap in substantially meeting our requirements, that that's what we do a lot of times. We just require somebody to take our exam, just to make sure that they are qualified in the state of Tennessee. They've gotten their hours somewhere else, or if their hours vary somewhat.
Ms. Smith, do you have any thoughts on that?
Not yet. Thank you. I just agree with her.
Rob has some thoughts.
Substantially. Okay, I've come up with, there should be 4 methods to get a license. One of them is you apply through standard means.
Say that again?
Apply through standard means, 624110, where you just start from nothing.
Oh, okay.
Number 2 is full reciprocity, which means you have a license from another jurisdiction which is either equal to or greater than ours. That would be 624116. Number 3 would be sort of a partial reciprocity, meaning they come to us with a license from another jurisdiction that is inferior to ours. They have a license, they want reciprocity, but they don't qualify. So we would evaluate what they already have through that and assign something additional, like the examination or whatever we feel is lacking. And then the 4th is that the foreign application from a whole other country, which is an issue unto itself. I think substantially meeting might be best described with the coming here with an inferior license. That's not substantial. It doesn't substantially meet. If their license is as good or better than ours, for lack of a better phrase, they have. Now, if you want me to think about sort of affixing this in the rules, so we'll have something in the rules, I can work on that. You got these 4 categories to get a license through this board, and it would be one of these 4. Does that make sense?
It does, but you stated 4 ways to get reciprocity. But taking the exam, I mean...
4 methods for licensure.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Reciprocity is only one of the 3. In the traditional sense that reciprocity means what you said, and we all accept it to mean, here's my license, I want one in Tennessee, with no further action. So that would be one way. Of course, the other way is starting from scratch. The 3rd one would be the partial application, when you have a license but it's not as good as ours. And then the people that come here from another country would be.
And just so you all know, I have talked to people at length about this, and when it says issued by another state or the District of Columbia, another state means any united territory. So Puerto Rico would be included in another state. The statute doesn't clearly define it, but there's a place in the rest of the TCA where things like that are looked into.
So the one that you mentioned, Rob, that the reciprocity where it's equal to or greater than our requirements, that covers, does that cover, of course, the number of hours and the exam, but does that also cover the 5-year current work history? That's in our law book right now.
Yeah, that's option number 2 under reciprocity. If you come here with a license, it doesn't really matter how many years you've worked, because the number of years that you've worked is how you would qualify to get a license. If you qualify under paragraph 1, where you already have a license that's as good as ours, there's really no need to prove a work history. If you want to come in through reciprocity through your work history, then you would have to have, I would think, 5 consecutive years, which I think immediately preceding indicates. Not a year 20 years ago and 3 years
Right.
a few years ago, and then this last year. It'd have to be 5 continuous years.
Right.
They'd have to prove that through whatever method that we require them to prove it is acceptable, 5 years of experience.
You go over all 4 of those with the full board later?
Sure.
And wouldn't that not be a 5th one, the 5-year current work history, or not? Where does that fall?
I would put that under full reciprocity because it's in the statute.
So it's kind of like an A,
Okay.
a B, or a 1
Okay.
and a 2.
Okay.
They're both species of reciprocity.
Right. Okay.
Those are the only 4 methods that I can really think of on how you would get a license. And if we can massage that and set that down how you would meet one of these four, I think it'd make it a lot easier for us.
Nana is right. That needs to be presented to the full board.
Absolutely.
Any questions about I think that the frequently asked questions needs to be updated to some extent. If you all look at that, it says, I'm licensed in another state. How do I transfer or obtain a license in Tennessee? It takes you to a link at the reciprocity application, which is what you have. And then it asks to complete the application and mail it back to the board office, to contact the state board if you currently hold a valid license and request a certification of licensing sent to Tennessee. Once the board office receives the application and certification, your application is reviewed for eligibility. To qualify, you must have substantially met the qualifications for licensing in Tennessee. 1,500 in cosmetology, 750 hours in aesthetics, 600 hours in manicuring, 300 hours as an instructor, 300 hours for natural hair, 300 hours for a shampoo technician, 1,500 for a barber, or 450 for a barber instructor. If you do not have the required hours, you may submit proof of a recent and consistent 5-year work history in the field for which you are applying for a license. If your application and supporting documents do not meet the requirements for reciprocity, your application is presented to the board at the next scheduled meeting. After your documents are reviewed by the board, you are sent a letter advising of what will be required. Do y'all think that there's anything additional that needs to be provided in that? I think I'm not sure why barber and cosmetology are combined. I think that it definitely needs to be separated out. But beyond that, what are your thoughts?
Well, this is substantially met the qualifications. All it mentions is the number of hours.
Right.
It needs to mention that you've taken a practical and written exam as well. Because that's, that is part of our requirements. You can't get a license without taking passing the practical and written exams. That kind of bothers me that that's that's omitted in that.
Anything additional? I think that it would be important to at least reference or put a link to our reciprocity statute so they can read it for themselves.
Yeah, I think that would be. Do we need to clarify what proof is of the consistent 5-year work history? My mama wrote me a letter and says I've worked 5 years.
Up with some light.
And I think that that is important for our purposes today. When you look at our application, it tells you what is acceptable proof of a work history, but this isn't something that's set forth in statute. This is really just the board's policy. This is something that we need to make into a rule. If 5-year work history can only be established by W-2s or tax returns, we need to state that. If a 5-year work history can be established by a booth rental receipt, bank records, a letter from your employer on letterhead, we need to be specific as to what we will accept for proof, because I think that that is something that a lot of applicants get confused about. Well, I sent you a letter that said I'd owned my own shop for so many years. Well, lots of people file joint tax returns with their husband, and maybe it doesn't say what their occupation is, or I don't know what their circumstances may be, but you never know what kind of proof they're going to have. So I think we need to think about that and maybe write some thoughts down on what rule ideas could be. Rob, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think once we have it down in a rule, then it just becomes a checklist for us.
Well, yeah, that would be great to have a checklist, but what is proper proof?
I would think proof of employment would be a tax
Yeah.
report.
Okay.
Or a letter from an employer or something along with.
Well, and I think the question comes when we get a letter from an employer and it's simply just one sentence, such and such has been working for me, dated and signed, and we don't necessarily know who the employer is or if the applicant actually wrote up that letter and said that they were the employer, that it's not really sufficient. So I think that we need to make sure we give parameters for that.
Yeah, and a lot of times we don't know actually, what kind of work they were actually doing there. They could have just been a receptionist or something in a,
It has to be verifiable proof. And there's other boards in this department that do this. So there's resources for us to look into to see what those materials look like for them.
That'd be great.
We can duplicate that for us.
And I think it's also important that when we're saying 1,500 hours and we're thinking that we have a lot of applicants that maybe haven't gone to the normal cosmetology school in Tennessee. They're coming from different countries, and I know we see it a lot with the natural hair and that sort of thing that, well, what did you do? What was your curriculum? That we should maybe make a statement that says, if you're not providing a certification, please provide a school transcript, information regarding the hours or the details of your experience in the industry, because a lot of people come before us. Those are usually the people that appear before the board, and they say, well, this is what I've done, but we don't have any documentation to provide that, and that may save us a step.
Yeah, because we usually request that later anyway, and they have to come back. But so the more we can, put out on the front end for people to understand what they need to prove, reciprocity or prove their license requirements, that the better it would be probably. And you're still going to get people who don't do it, and we have to request more information.
And I think it might be important to put a statement on there that the board may review your application, and there's a likely possibility that in some circumstances may request additional information. Please provide all information you feel may be relevant. To me, I'd rather have more to look through than have to continue to ask.
Yeah, I like that. Giving us a little leeway that could happen.
I know a lot of the times when I'm talking to these applicants and they say, well, I didn't know I could have provided that, or I didn't know that that would be something that would be requested. I always say, the more the better, because the more information we know, the more comfortable we are, the more comfortable the board is. They don't know you from the next person, and you're trying to prove yourself in this industry when you're applying through Reciprocity. And if they don't know that you went for 1,400 hours and those hours included X, Y, and Z, and you don't tell them, then there's just that vast hole of miscommunication. So, and I try to explain that to people a lot of the times. And then I think that another thing that we need to look at is those people who don't meet the applications, and if we're going to make a rule about what substantially meets. For example, if I have 1,200 hours and I only have a 4-year work history because I had a baby last year and when I had a baby, we moved to Tennessee and I haven't worked in the past year. Would that be something that would substantially meet the requirements, or is that something that the board wants to look at, to consider? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, in the past, we, say for example, you come here from Florida, you've got 1,200 hours. We see it just over and over and over again. And in the past, we have just automatically required you go back to school for 300 hours and then you take the Tennessee exam. And evidently, that's holding up progress of employment in Tennessee. And it seems like that if we could be a little more compromising in a situation like that, then somebody comes here from Florida with 1,200 hours, you're still short those hours. But if you take the Tennessee exam and pass the Tennessee exam, you get to take it once, then you can be licensed in Tennessee. That's what we've done here recently. And so that's a compromise to move, to progress the field so that people can get employment when they move to Tennessee and they're not held up going back to school. And I mean, I cannot see ever, well, I shouldn't say ever, but I cannot see just reciprocity granted for someone who is lacking 300 hours. I cannot see that. I just think, something's, what are we giving in 300 more hours? That's a substantial amount of schooling. And so okay, see if you can pass our exam, and then if you can be licensed in Tennessee. I mean, I feel like we have compromised at the most we can. How do you feel about it?
I agree. And we have talked about the giving them one chance. If they lack the 300 hours or 150 hours, take the exam. And if they pass it, okay. And if they don't, they've got to go back to school.
Those will be considered on a case-by-case basis, I think. Yeah, okay. I think it's important that we note that in our information on our website, just because I think that those applicants, if they know that up front, instead of going through the whole application process and then be advised of that we're completely upfront with them.
Yeah. But what still bothers me, and we do have a lot from Florida, and that's 300. That's a variance of 300 hours. But say you come here from Massachusetts, you've got 1,000 hours. So that's the whole discussion of what substantially meets, and do we do the same thing there? You can try the exam once. I mean, if I look this over, I guess 1,000 hours is the minimum any state requires.
New York has 1,000 too.
And New York has 1,000. Yeah. So, I guess if my thought process is if you are lacking any kind of education, you won't be able to pass the exam that we're offering you to take one time, and then you have to, go back to school. So,
apprenticeship hours, we don't recognize.
I think that that's something that Rob could probably define within a rule, meaning substantially. In Part A, I think that he could do a rule that stated, pursuant to reciprocity, whatnot. That's not really how rules are formatted, but just in thought, that Part A, substantially meaning 1,500 hours in cosmetology, 600 in manicuring, 750 in aesthetics, and so on and so forth, have successfully completed an exam, being B part. C part have maintained the age of X, and then C part be that they've maintained active licensure. Does that make sense? He could state that out in a rule And so the rule is essentially defining what substantially means by stating A, B, C, and D. Does that make sense?
For you to actually get a license for a license, yeah, you have to, that does make sense to me, that you have to have, if we're going to just grant you reciprocity, free and clear, just, you have to have at least 1,500 or more hours, classroom hours, and you have to have taken an exam, you have to be at least 16 years of age, and hold a current license in another state. Or there's the other option of the 5-year work.
B, which would be a separate rule,
Yeah.
and you would talk about the 5-year work history, and you would talk about what proof of adequate 5-year work history is. There's often been question in my mind. It says immediately preceding the date of the application. I think that that's something important to address in a rule, because I know a lot of people apply before they move. I know a lot of people move and then apply. It's different, obviously on a case-by-case basis, but to me, immediately preceding the date of the application is within really 30 days. Now, some people may say immediately preceding the date of application means you should have been working yesterday. And some people may say within the last 6 months. So I think that that's an important topic that needs to be addressed as well.
Yeah, that's not written clearly, immediately preceding. So that is ambiguous as well. We usually just look at that it was the past year. The past 5 years, so it would be 2012 back, right? Mm-hmm. But we probably need to clarify that. Yeah, and I think that the entire board needs to be in on making all these changes and clarifications.
This is, again, the Reciprocity Committee is to discuss the issues so we can go back and draft some rules. Rob can go back and draft some rules in order to get a better idea of what we need in a committee and then present those to the full board. Do you have anything else?
I have a pretty good start here. Next step is just to put something together that you can look at, some ideas, and see what you think if we're headed in the right direction. Certainly, I think we need to get it written down somewhere and enforceable. Make it a whole lot easier for us.
Oh, yeah. For easier. Killing trees.
So we'll just flip one by one. May make it easier as opposed to who knows. Okay, ladies, hopefully looking at the applications now will bring up some more ideas on thoughts of things we can add or take away from the rule making. But I'm just going to start from the top with Miss Catherine Allison. An application for reciprocity for a cosmetology license from Puerto Rico for Catherine Allison is presented. The certification verifies 1,500 hours of instruction in the cosmetology curriculum. An initial date of licensing in 1991. A transcript and licensure information are provided as well. And this shows 1,500 hours. Her letter is actually on letterhead from a salon in Puerto Rico. My recommendation is that she be approved for reciprocity. Does show that she has completed and passed a written test and a practical test with her 1,500 hours. And her transcript details all of the subjects she took.
Well, she's had, document says that, and the document looks legitimate, says she's had 15 hours. She's passed both a practical and theory test. And you're saying, you said earlier that Puerto Rico falls under the...
It does. This would have been one of those that I was very on the edge of approving. I just wanted it to go before you all for review.
Ms. Smith makes a motion that we approve. I second. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity from Rena Bell from El Salvador. Her certification verifies 1,800 hours of instruction in the cosmetology curriculum, and her initial date of licensing in 2003. A transcript and work verification letters are provided as well. My recommendation is that she be approved for reciprocity as well. And her documents there are Spanish versions and translated versions. So if you continue to flip through, you'll see the Spanish version, and then you'll see the translated version. And her transcript is broken down as well.
And you're recommending reciprocity, why?
She has 1,800 hours.
Okay.
She's been licensed since 2003 in El Salvador.
Has she taken an exam?
I don't think that information is provided, but her letter from California Academy states that she was a cosmetology instructor from 2003 to 2005. I thought that was very important to note. She was a student and then she became an instructor, and she's simply just applying for reciprocity to be a cosmetologist, not an instructor.
If she hadn't had an exam, that tells us that she has not had, like state law or sanitation, any of that.
Was that your recommendation, Ms. Smith, that she test?
Pardon me?
Was that your recommendation that she test?
I will make that a recommendation.
Okay. Do I need to
to agree, then that.
Ms. Smith makes a motion that she take the Tennessee exam, and I second that, and all in favor? Aye. That brings up a question to me.
Okay.
Again, I know that the cosmetology written exam is only offered in English in Tennessee. Other occupations where they have a state exam, are they offered in English as well, just in English as well, or?
I'm actually not sure. Rob, do you know the answer to that?
Only in English? Okay.
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not aware that any other exams that the regulatory boards program offers are in any other language besides English.
Okay. I just wondered.
That's a good question. Okay. Next, we have an application for a reciprocity license from Mexico for cosmetologists for Tomas Castro Martinez. The certification verifies 1,700 hours of instruction in the cosmetology curriculum, an initial date of licensing in 2001. A transcript is provided, and it's translated as well. My recommendation is that this applicant take the Tennessee examination. And this has translated and non-translated documentation. And it doesn't appear that he has tested pursuant to the documentation I reviewed.
It's taken 1,700 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to take the Tennessee exam.
Motion's made by Ms. Smith that he take the Tennessee cosmetology exam. I second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have Min Van Chow. Mr. Chow's application was presented in February, and the board voted he passed the manicurist exam. He had a gap in his work history, and his certification only verified 525 hours. He has provided a letter requesting the board reconsider, as well as employment verification and a transcript with verified 600 hours. I actually spoke with Mr. Chow on the phone, and he had not provided the additional information on his hours or his work history prior to requesting this reconsideration. The board did not know that he had 600 hours. We simply thought, pursuant to his verification, he had 525. So, my recommendation would be that we reconsider the new information and, seeing that he now meets our reciprocity requirements, approve him for reciprocity. And I'm not sure if you all know, but once an application is presented to the board, if they subsequently show that they meet reciprocity, they still have to come before the board for approval. Once the board makes a decision on an application, the board decision can only be changed by the board. Does that make sense? Okay. Just wanted to make sure you were both aware of that.
We've already ruled on this?
Yes. Last month, actually, we ruled that he take the exam because we didn't have the additional information on his education. He has provided actually a letter and a letter giving his explanation, and then a letter from his employer, as well as a transcript which shows his 600 hours, and that is all new information.
Personally, I think that needs to go before the entire board if we're going to
Okay, absolutely.
change the ruling or the decision.
I agree.
That a move to go before the board?
I so move.
Yes, I second.
Okay. Done.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity of a manicurist license from California for Tu Tran Dong. The certification verifies 350 hours of instruction in the manicurist curriculum from California. The applicant is currently licensed in Alabama as a master manicurist, which was obtained by Reciprocity, and a letter is provided from the applicant. My recommendation is that this individual take the Tennessee examination.
He has a current license in Alabama?
Yes.
Which he received by Reciprocity, so I would feel better if he took the exam, or she took the exam.
I'll make a motion she take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. Smith that she take the Tennessee exam. I second. All in favor?
Next, we have a Reciprocity application, and excuse the aesthetics in the beginning of that. It's actually for an esthetician license and a cosmetology license for Melissa Ewing. Her certification verifies 2,300 hours of instruction in the cosmetology and aesthetics curriculums, and her initial date of licensing was 2013, I believe. A transcript and other information is provided relative to organ licensing. The Oregon Board actually provided us information with regards to their licensing, and it is attached.
What license did you say?
She is applying for aesthetics and a cosmetology license. And if you look at her transcript, it's interesting how it's broken down. I haven't seen one really like this. It shows her 2,300 clock hours. It shows her grades as well. It shows the 150 safety and sanitation, like Tennessee requires, and then it has 100 of career development, and then it goes into her nail hours, it goes into aesthetics hours, and then it goes into hair design hours. And it looks like she has 1,450 hair design hours, and then if you added the general hours to that, it would be 1,600. So I would recommend that she be approved for the cosmetology license, but then it says she only has 250 hours in aesthetics, and then you'd add the 150 general hours to the aesthetics, so that'd be 400 aesthetics hours. So I would think that she would need a test to be an esthetician. So my recommendation on this one would be that she be approved for Reciprocity for a cosmetology license, but test for the aesthetics license. That makes sense?
Yeah, her hours look good for cosmetology, but not for esthetician. But did she test in both? Oh, yeah, she took a state-prepared exam.
Yes, she did. And if you see, she's actually, pursuant to the Oregon certification, separately licensed as an esthetician, hair design, and nail technology. So there were 3 separate exams.
Does look like she's got the hours and has taken an exam for cosmetology, but yeah, I agree, she's short on the hours for esthetician.
Are you comfortable with like in 200 hours?
For esthetician?
Esthetician,
Yeah, but
Will you add the 150 general to those 150 aesthetics, to the 350 aesthetics? So she would have 500 hours in aesthetics.
you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we grant her reciprocity for cosmetology license. I'll just combine it, and set for the state exam for the esthetician.
I second that. We are in favor? Say aye.
Next, we have a reciprocity for a manicure license from Michigan for D'Angelo Lockett. The certification verifies 400 hours of instruction in the manicurist curriculum and initial date of licensing in 1993. A letter related to employment verification is provided. Miss Lockett's application is a bit confusing, not because she's coming from Michigan or because of her hours, but because her employment letter is in Atlanta.
Wait a minute,
That's not next on
we
ours.
skipped one.
Oh,
Ho.
who do you have?
Ho.
Tiet on Ho.
Oh, that one's forgone. I'm sorry, it got in your packet. They didn't have. I'm sorry.
Forget it.
It's still in here?
Yes, you could just keep it in there, but we're not looking at that.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have all what you have. They printed out what was supposed to be on the iPads. My apologies. Okay, back to D'Angelo Lockett. Her certification verifies 400 hours of instruction in the manicurist curriculum from Michigan, and her initial date of licensing is 1993. She also has a letter related to employment verification, which is a little bit confusing because it's from Atlanta. Miss Lockett was contacted by the board office to discuss about her work history letter because she says she isn't licensed in Georgia, and she hasn't been. She's simply only licensed in Michigan. Apparently, the company she works for, the Polish Suite, is a nail polish company, and what she didn't require licensure. But she seemed to sustain that this was all she had. If she provided tax returns, it would show that she worked in Atlanta, which is a state where she's not licensed. So this one is a little confusing with regards to that, so I wanted to make sure I explained it to you all. My recommendation would be that she take the Tennessee manicurist exam.
Her current license is from Michigan.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, wow, this letter said she was performing manicures and pedicures.
I'm not sure because it says she's used for photo shoots and fashion shows, if maybe there's some sort of exemption with Atlanta. We didn't really look into that because it wasn't necessary for licensing purposes, but she seemed comfortable in letting us know that she wasn't required to be licensed there.
Well, at a bare minimum, she needs to take the exam because she has the Michigan manicurist license. It's really irrelevant, I guess, as far as license in Tennessee, what she's been doing in Georgia. That's their issue, but
You motion.
Yeah, I'd make a motion she take the Tennessee manicures
I
exam.
second.
All in favor? Yeah.
Next, we have a reciprocity for a manicurist license from Georgia for Heen Nguyen. The certification verifies 1,065 hours in apprentice training in a salon in Georgia prior to becoming licensed and initial date of licensing in 2011. A transcript is provided which verifies this information as well as tax returns which detail work history in the industry. And if you look at the Georgia certification, their nail technician in the middle is 525 hours or 1,050 apprentice hours. It seems that this individual came in with apprentice hours, and the transcript provides how many hours in apprentice training in the nail salon where the individual worked to get their apprentice hours. My recommendation would be that this individual take a test.
Yeah, still upholding that we don't recognize apprenticeship hours for reciprocity. We're not going to grant reciprocity because of that, but if that person can pass the exam. Can we take this one before the whole board?
Sure.
Okay. Because of apprenticeship hours.
I should.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity of a manicurist license for Florida for Kevin Nguyen. The certification verifies 240 hours of instruction in the manicurist curriculum and initial date of licensing in 2006. W-2s are provided but are inconclusive proof of work history in the industry. I think I was just not sure because of the W-2s, they do not give a description of where the individual really worked. It says BIC Corporation, and I'm not familiar with that. And then some of the work history does say a nail salon, but some of it wasn't just complete. I just wasn't comfortable with approval on this one. So my recommendation is that he take the Tennessee exam.
BIC Corporation, it's pens, pencils. It is. So he doesn't have a current 5-year work history. How many hours?
240.
40. Some of the W-2s do show that he was working in the industry. Tic Tac Nails, I think, is on 1 year of. So in 2007, and then I couldn't tell from 2008. A manufacturing company.
Take the Tennessee exam.
I second that Mr. Nguyen take the Tennessee manicurist exam. All in favor? Aye.
Next, we have another application for reciprocity for an aesthetics license from California for Ngoc Thai Nguyen. The certification verifies 600 hours of instruction in the aesthetic curriculum and initial date of licensing in 2008. The applicant is currently licensed in Alabama and as a master esthetician via Reciprocity from California. My recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee esthetician exam.
Make a motion that she take the Tennessee esthetician exam.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Smith. All in favor? Okay.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity of a manicurist license from Mississippi for Andy Pham. The certification verifies the applicant was licensed by Reciprocity in 1993, and the applicant currently holds 350 hours of instruction in the manicurist curriculum from Nationwide Beauty in Tennessee. Looks like his name changed. I printed our regulatory board system report for you that shows that he has 350 hours. And his name on the Mississippi certification is Ann Van Pham. He actually has provided name change information, which is within the information as well, in case there's any confusion. My recommendation is that he take the Tennessee manicurist examination.
Madam Chairman, I motion that he take the Tennessee exam.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Next, we have an application for a cosmetology license from Reciprocity from Sydney, Australia for Tu Than Phu. The certification verifies 2,400 hours of instruction in the cosmetology curriculum and initial date of licensing in 2007. And a transcript is provided. An exam was also taken, and the Australia Chamber of Commerce license verification is attached. My recommendation is that this applicant be approved.
Since this one is from another country, I hesitate to grant reciprocity without them taking the Tennessee exam. So hours are there. I just think because it's from another country that I make a motion that they take the Tennessee exam.
I second that.
Motion made, they take the exam, seconded by Ms. Smith. All in favor? Aye.
Application. Next, we have an application for reciprocity of an aesthetics license from California for De Novo Sixto. The certification verifies 600 hours of instruction in the aesthetics curriculum and initial date of licensing in 2000. The work history letters are provided in the package as well. My recommendation is that this applicant take the examination.
I make a motion that this person take the Tennessee esthetician exam.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity of a manicurist license from California for Heen Tun. The certification verifies 350 hours of instruction in the manicurist curriculum, an initial date of licensing in 1998. The applicant currently is licensed in Alabama as a manicurist. My recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination. This is also an Alabama reciprocity licensure from California.
Chairman, I make a motion to take the Tennessee exam.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have an application for reciprocity of a manicurist license from Florida for Long Nguyen. Certification verifies 1,500 hours as a full specialist. An initial date of licensing in 2003. Tax returns from 2001, 2010, and 2009 display work in the industry, but returns provided in 2007 and 2008 are insufficient. My recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination. And there's a lot of tax returns with this. I just provided the pieces that show you what you need to see for the area where obvious work in the industry is provided. So you have to flip through every page of the...
But there's gaps in the 5-year work history.
Yes, in the years of 2007 and 2008. I think I provided the full tax documents that he provided for those years. I also did provide transcript showing the hours, the 500 hours. But my recommendation is that he take the exam.
I make a motion you take the Tennessee exam.
Second.
Okay, and all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And last, we have an application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Ohio for Denise Reed. The certification verifies 1,500 hours and the initial date of licensing in 2001, but the licensure expiration date on the certification is January 31st of 2013. Her application is notarized February 14th, 2013, so it looks as if she's not actively licensed in Ohio because it expired just some weeks before her application. She would meet reciprocity if she went back and got her licensure active.
I make a motion we take this before the full board.
Second.
That is all of our reciprocity applications. I'm excuse me, I'm planning on sending all of the information to Ms. Walker that we reviewed today, the application, all our website information, as well as the spreadsheet with all the state information. Do you ladies want to task us with getting back to you with any new information, or would you just like us to work on proposed rules per what we discussed today for next month's meeting?
I'd like to be informed, so if you'll just communicate with me through email, that would
Okay.
be great.
Perfect.
Now, are these notions and things, are they going before the full board?
Yes, ma'am.
Before? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. I think we can adjourn.
Do I hear a motion we adjourn?
Second.
I make a motion we adjourn.
I second.
Okay, all right. Reciprocity meeting is adjourned.
What did we bring before? This one.
I'm going.
Tennessee State of Cosmetology meeting is called to order March 4th, 2013. At this time, we will have the roll call starting with Ms. Huckabee.
Jude Huckabee, present. Carl Smith, present.
Nina Coppinger, present.
Linda Colley, present.
Judy McAllister, present.
Rufus Hereford, present.
Okay. Also, would one representative from each school please stand? Ma'am? Okay. We thank everyone for coming. We very much appreciate it. Thank you. And also, in compliance with the Open Meeting Act, this agenda was posted to the Board of Cosmetology's website on February 28, 2013. And we will have appear before the board Kevin Johnson. Please, up there is a sign-in sheet, sir. If you would sign in, we'd appreciate that.
Mr. Johnson is presenting an application for a barbering program within his existing cosmetology school. On your iPad, you'll find a letter, the floor plan, and an application attached. Mr. Johnson's requesting the board's approval that his barber school be allowed to be in the same location as his cosmetology school, and I will let him proceed.
Good morning to everybody.
Morning.
Last week I went before the barber board and I mentioned understanding that we've got obviously in our current location we've got cosmetology and aesthetics of 18,000 square foot.
Guess what, Kevin?
Yes, ma'am.
You're using your hands so much it's cutting your mic off.
I'm sorry.
Just hold your hands down still.
Sorry about that. Talk very much with my hands, so sorry. But what we're looking to do is obviously, as Ms. Powers stated, is add a barbering program in our same building. With that, I think we show you the layout of the barber program that would be self-contained, so there will be no overlap into using the same facility as we currently have cosmetology and aesthetics. There will be a separate student interest entrance, a separate main entrance, even for guests coming in for the program. So obviously our biggest concern, as we assume you would have possibly, is having programs in the same building, but making sure there is no overlap of any of the facilities with that. I guess along the same concept, in my mind, would be similar to if you're in a strip mall, where you would have a barbering school right next door to a cosmetology school under the same roof, but yet have totally different entrances, totally different access to meet all the necessary state requirements for each of the programs. So that was my purpose of coming today, to see if there would be any questions or concerns with us moving forward with this plan.
I have a question, please, sir.
Sure.
Where it says clinic entrance,
Yes, ma'am.
is that the main door where you go in and the cosmetology is on the left, and there's a reception desk right in front?
No, that actually would strictly be the barbering. I have another layout that I could show you guys, which kind of shows you the entire building. If this may help a little bit, if I may approach to bring this to you.
Because I'm familiar with the building, and it confused me.
I think this layout may help.
Thank you.
For everyone. So that main entrance that you're speaking of,
That's
right
it,
there.
okay.
Yeah. So you can see that they would be covered in this layout.
And what does take home mean?
Take home is just our products, for sure. Take home
Okay,
would be
you retail.
products.
You
retail
retail.
products, yes.
Yes, thank you. Is there any discussion or any questions?
Madam Chairman, this is your school.
Yes, ma'am.
You checked everything in.
Oh, it's, yes.
Well, I mean,
All this other is cosmetology. There is a client entrance and a student entrance.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Will this school be under the same ownership?
Yes, sir.
So it's a Paul Mitchell School, barber, and a cosmetology school as well, is that right? Okay.
Any more questions, any discussion? How many square foot is in that? Do you know?
I think the barber would be,
It is large. Any questions? Johnson? Any discussion?
the new phone.
Well, no, there's,
I don't have one. I mean, I don't.
there's one in
No.
Clarksville.
Clarksville has it.
Mhm.
Okay.
May I ask another question, please? Is the enrollment requirement the same as cosmetology with a new school? You've got to have 20 new students to begin to open your doors?
look at the application. Obviously, we'll, this time frame that we're approval necessary.
Right. The Barber Board hasn't been presented the full information for approval. They were just notified of the intent to apply at the last board meeting. It's my understanding. He's simply requesting today the Cosmetology Board's approval that these be in the same building. So we just need a motion to approve that.
Madam Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. Huckabee, that we accept. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Good luck. Robin Wilson. Robin Wilson.
Ms. Wilson is presenting information for the board's approval for a continuing education seminar. All the seminar information, dates, resumes of the instructors, and the seminar information is provided on your iPads.
Thank you.
Is the sign-up sheet up there, Ms. Powers?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, and actually, the people who are on the agenda don't have to sign up. If anybody else at the end of the meeting, we want comments from the audience, we just need to make sure they sign in, so when we put them in the minutes, we have all their proper information.
Okay.
As you all can see from the little presentation, I have formed a partnership with a fellow educator to form Expertise Consulting, and we are proposing that we offer a continuing education seminar for barber and cosmetology instructors. On that second page, you will see the topics that we'll offer and several of the learning objectives. This is for 2013. It would be the rules of engagement, and it tells you a little bit about that workshop. Team dynamics and dynamic teams. You make me sick. And then empowered to excel. On the third page, you'll see the breakdown of the agenda for the 2 days of classes that include 16 hours of instruction. Other courses of study that we offer on the next page, and then a brief bio. We've already submitted our resumes and licensing information to Ms. Powers as well.
And that's on your iPads as well.
Madam Chairman, before we decide on anything, or before I decide on anything, the three providers that we have had and are in the process of getting their seminar going, I believe this is going to conflict with the U of M. Like I said, we have had 3 seminars in the colleges and institutions that we have worked so hard to get, and I could not fairly review this until we know and decide about the other dates of the ones that are already in the process of getting theirs established.
And please be aware that this date is 10, so that if it were necessary to change that date based on the board approval and those other things, that we're open to doing that.
So what you're asking is for the board to approve this as part of the curriculum that the instructors get? Is that your...
Yes, ma'am. As an option.
Does it say location?
It's to be determined, but we are looking at Regency Beauty School and also a location with that without the board's approval.
And
Finalize that.
This would require a board member being present if it were okayed. You have to have a board member there.
Right, and I think that is listed on the agenda page for a Q&A session, if you see that, down toward the bottom, second day.
Madam Chairman, I would like to table this at this time because of the work and all going on with the others, and we have already committed. Let them.
Oh, so you made a motion to table this?
I surely did.
Do I hear a second? All right, motion's made by Ms. Smith, seconded by Ms. Huckabee to table this at this time. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. We're going to table it at the moment.
Can we give Ms. Wilson a time when she can come back and provide us additional information? We need a table to date. Are we just going to bring it up every month until?
I would say so.
Oh, I think, this is just my opinion, till after we get these other three over, because they're about to start.
That's exactly right.
We haven't received any information from Middle Tennessee yet, to my knowledge,
Middle
on the continuing education.
Tennessee,
From the Middle Tennessee continuing educators. We've simply only received information from Memphis and Knoxville, which Knoxville was pre-approved.
I've got it with me. She said that she faxed it to you, she faxed it to me.
Oh, we may. Okay, I take that back.
I brought it in case you want to look at it.
Nope, that's okay. It may be on here. My brain is in a million places right now. So next month she should come back to represent?
Well, I still have reservations. My feeling is that we have, the other ones have been so good and worked with us and presented their curriculum and all for approval, and this has come on when they've already in the process of doing it this year. I would say it would be later before we could give a fair look at it, on my thinking. And we would definitely have to let the colleges know if it were approved by state board.
So would someone have a discussion so we can come up with an exact time when she should come back for more information? The last one is in.
Well, here's the thing. We have a rule that says that anybody can apply to be a teacher training program, and even though in the past the board has approved 3 teacher training programs, there's nothing that prevents people from continuing to apply to be a teacher training program. And simply tabling her request until we decide who we want to approve, that we usually approve.
Which rule is
Doesn't,
Powers?
what's that? I don't know that we actually have the authority to just table her to wait because she's submitted all this information and application. Now, if we want her to move by providing, an address or anything else, she's provided, her layout of everything that the teacher training program rule requires, a summary of the education experience, the dates of the program, the proposed curriculum, 16 hours of instruction, and so on and so forth. So tabling her, we don't really have a reason to, pursuant to our rules and laws. Does that make sense? And I can reference you all to the teacher training program rule.
I'm aware of it. Yes.
It's 0440-1.11.
Madam Chairman, we can...
And we've had several requests for people asking what information they could provide for teacher training programs to be presented to the board. So this is something that's going to continue to be presented to the board by individuals in the upcoming months.
When anything's tabled, we don't necessarily have to put a date on it, do we? That's not the purpose of tabling.
The purpose of tabling is having the individual provide additional information for your consideration. And in this case, it was my understanding that we were just tabling because we want to know who else is going to be providing continuing education we're approving? No? Am I misunderstanding?
Well, no. Like I said, we had no idea this. And I think we would have to need more time to review it. We could say we would bring it back up at the next meeting, but there would be no guarantee that it would pass, is what I'm saying. We can...
who is the educator?
It would be Robin Wilson and Sarah Gordon.
Ma'am?
Robin Wilson and Sarah Gordon.
And their resumes are on your iPads.
Madam Chairman, I can put in there table it until next month, and she can come back with it next month.
Okay.
We want her to provide additional information. I just don't want her to come back next month with the same information and us still not have a decision on her application.
And to our way of thinking, this was to give consumers some option in the marketplace and to keep the standard high through competition. We repeatedly go to the workshops, and they're done by the Milady Career Institute, and they're great workshops. We wanted to provide another option for those who maybe have already been to the workshops or seen those or want a different topic that seems more relevant or current to their classroom culture at the time. So we just wanted to provide an option.
And we are getting more and more applications, is that correct, Ms. Powers?
Yes.
And so the more we have, the more we've got to spread the board members out to be at all these to make sure that they're...
There's not a law, and I'll let Rob clarify, that requires a board member to be present at a continuing education seminar.
Been able to find an authority for that, or a necessity for that, based on the way our current law and rules are written.
Well, how would the board and the board up here know if these, and I'm not talking about your program, how would we know for sure the programs are being presented as the agenda says they are? The reason I'm saying that, it has happened before and they did not follow the agenda. That's my question.
Someone coming in 30 minutes late, I mean, we know this happens and all, or they sit there and sleep the whole time. You know, those things happen. And,
well, there's nothing to prohibit a board visiting the program.
Welcome it.
But they wouldn't be speaking or operating as a board member.
they wouldn't be speaking, no. We're just wondering, you know. These things you have to take, like I expressed at the last meeting, because someone may register and never attend a class. You know, if there's not someone checking that and all of this stuff that goes on. I'm just being realistic.
Well, the rule requires, after the completion of the program, that the sponsor send to the board a roster showing the names and social security numbers and ID of the persons who attended the program. So the program would have to set forth some sort of process where they could get proper identification of the names and the individuals who attended in order to provide that to the board. And that would be her responsibility. And if
that would be through our checkout. That would be through our check-in and registration. They would check back in after each break. Then they would have to submit those surveys at the end of each day and evaluations, and that all that paperwork should match and let you know who was there. And
if these individuals didn't provide that information, those continuing education hours would be subject to disapproval.
As long as they comply with 044111 paragraph 3, where they're supposed to provide the board that information. Like they're required to let the students evaluate the classes. This applicant has provided the board with these minimum requirements. I don't see why able. We believe that there is a something that needs to be corrected with our current law. We could certainly discuss a new rule or something for that to address that. Other kind of assurance to make sure that you're satisfied that what's happening is happening. Just that currently our law and rules don't address that specifically.
I notice they also have PSI on the agenda.
And that could be as simple as providing updated information from the website. We just wanted to have a Q&A session with if there are any changes and that kind of thing going on. I know some people had questions about the application process, how long that takes, those kinds of things that we're noticing with the schools and with teachers in the classroom. So we would just either have a rep or have that information available and have a Q&A session if anyone had.
Been talking so much. Refresh my mind, please. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Refresh my mind.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I was deep.
Until next month.
June 2nd.
June 2nd.
I'm sorry, you're correct, and forgive me. There was a motion on the floor by Ms. Smith and seconded by Ms. Huckabee that we table this till next month. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Should she broaden her agenda? Should she find a location? Should she provide anything additional for next month's meeting?
Is there anything you would like to request?
And dates,
Now keep in mind, this will get us closer to that date.
Where is it already in?
Where will the middle go this year?
pardon me?
Where will the Middle Tennessee radius?
Oh, it's right down TSU.
Okay. That is a June date, do you think?
No, we're usually in August. I think July is Knoxville. June is Memphis, July is Knoxville, and August is Nashville. Terry Hoffman.
Ms. Hoffman is a reciprocity applicant. She's requesting the board's reconsideration of her reciprocal cosmetology application from North Carolina. She's been licensed since 1985 and has 1,200 hours of education from New York, I believe. And she has provided tax returns, booth rental information, and this is all on your iPad. She was previously considered, and the board requested she take the cosmetology examination.
Excuse me. Thank you for hearing me today. I've been licensed for 28 years. Yes, I originally got my 1,200 hours. Can't hear me? Can you hear me better now?
You can pull that mic down closer to you if necessary.
I got Reciprocity in Connecticut when I moved there, which requires 15 hours to take the North Carolina, which requires 15 hours. And they gave me Reciprocity without.
Excuse me, if
Yes.
your hands are moving and all, you're,
Did you
okay.
see that thing that says speak? Press that and see if it will help. See if that helps. Now,
Okay.
it helped.
Do I need to start over?
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
But we couldn't hear.
I've been licensed for 28 years and working consistently and continually for 28 years. My original schooling was in New York, which requires 1,200 hours. I received Reciprocity in Connecticut, which requires 1,500 hours with no required more schooling or taking the exam. I moved to North Carolina, where I've been licensed for 22 years, working the whole time. And they also require 1,500 hours, and they did not require me to take any more schooling or an exam. I have provided proof of employment, and today I also brought year-end statement. I also brought 6 years' worth of appointment books, if you want to see those.
What was it that you had besides the appointment book?
Year-end statements
Year-end
for my
statements.
for my accountant. Do you want to see?
Yes, please.
That's not in your iPad. That's information she's brought today.
Already have tax forms, booth rental statements, and a letter from the salon owner where I worked and had a booth.
How long have you been in?
I moved here.
Take the exam because of the 5 years.
Are you going
I
to be?
showed proof that I worked until I moved here.
Are you going to be self-employed or?
No, I actually have a job, but I haven't been able to work yet.
Thank you.
I will be working at a salon in Loudoun.
Did you work in 2012?
Yes, through the end of October. More information.
What I'm looking for is information on 2012 is what I'm looking for.
It's, there's a letter from her employer, or the owner.
And there's booth rental. I don't have my tax 2012.
I don't either. I said, I don't either. Okay. Now I found what I was looking for. You've given us quite a bit of information. Thank
Want
you.
to see my appointment books?
No, ma'am.
I lugged them all the way up here.
If they look like mine, you couldn't read them. Seems to me that you have met the 5-year requirement of work for the previous 5 years. Am I wrong?
That's how I see it. So I'd like to make a motion that we grant her reciprocity.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper, second by Ms. Herford, that we grant you reciprocity. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Letter from the board office. So you can just send in your fee and
Here's your statements.
Hear those all the way back to Loudon now.
Got my boss until I can work.
That's right. Good luck.
Thank you. Yes.
Excuse me, I got tickled. Robert Mick.
Morning, Board. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak this morning. A little brief about myself, if I could, please. My name is Robert Mick. I've been in the business 42 years. I've been teaching 38 years full-time. I have a little dilemma. I sent a letter last month to see if I could get Pivot Point International Training approved, which it did not. But that's beside the point. I was led when I took the training in June of 2012 by Pivot Point International's educator that they was going to turn in to the board, and it would be approved. But that's beside the point. I also have another training that from My Lady Career Institute and one from Genesis Career Institute, with a total of 55 hours in education. If I could bring those up and just let you look at them. Is that okay? Thank you. And I realize that those are not approved by the board now. I didn't at that time, and not until February the 7th of this year. But what I'm here asking for you today from you is if you'll grant me time to take the first seminar that's approved by the state this year, so I can go ahead and renew my license and continue working. It's not that I'm lacking in education. I'm all for education and thought I was doing the proper thing by the Pivot Point first of all, and if you see, I've done more education. I truly just beg you to let me wait until the next seminar that's approved for the state of Tennessee so I can go ahead and take that this year.
Asking for the instructor part. Is that correct?
Mr. Mick's
Yes, ma'am.
continuing education, this Pivot Point education was presented at last month's meeting, and it's not continuing education that's been pre-approved by the board pursuant to our law and rules, and thus he has, there's a rule that, and I can quote you all the rule, it's the very last rule, 440-1.15, practice by instructor under continuing education. It says if you're obtaining credit, unless it's the Cosmetology Educators of America, then you need to submit to the board 30 days in advance a written request to go to any additional continuing education. And this was something, to my understanding, that he thought had been pre-approved, but the board had not. So the board last month denied him this continuing education, and then his instructor status was removed from his licensure because he didn't meet the requirements of going last year. And so today he's requesting to be reinstated as an instructor and allowed to go in 2013.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Allison Baker, the educator for Pivot Point, did assure us that it was approved because I asked her several times. But, that
and my lady, both of them hands out that information that we okay that.
No, My Lady did not, but Pivot Point is the only one that did hand out the information. My Lady is the reason I believed her because both of those books are adopted by the state board, Pivot Point and My Lady. And, I just took it for granted she knew what she was talking about, but evidently she did not.
I can understand because Pivot Point and Milady are both in our exams. I can understand where they were coming from as far as.
Either way, if you look at my track record through the years, I have been every 2 years to our symposiums, and a lot of those years I've came every year because I love education. There's several years that I came every year instead of every.
When did you become an instructor, sir?
1975.
Okay, because we only go back to 04.
Oh, okay.
So
I guess that ages me.
you grandfathered in almost, right?
And I love it. Tell my students I've never worked a day in my life because this is a profession that you got.
Are you employed at the moment? You have brought some good information on your education that you did in 012. And, excuse me, I personally can understand where you would get confused. But I also understand, like you said, it's your fault, you're sorry you didn't understand or you didn't investigate further. But well, I don't know exactly how I want to word this.
I did call the board, Miss Betty, a month or so after I'd taken that to see if their hours had gotten in. Told her where I went. Free. Therefore, I took it, for granted there. But I'm not blaming Mr. Mumbrum because no way. Several times.
Well, according to 1970 what? When you licensed?
1975.
I think you've attended a few seminars.
So you're asking that we approve that you go to the next
Yes, ma'am.
seminar?
That's all I ask of you, is that you just give me enough time so I can get into the next seminar available in Tennessee.
Anywhere in the world?
Anywhere in the world, yes.
Right.
I would like for us to okay one way off, and I'll go with you.
Hey, you're welcome to go.
Well, I make a motion that we approve that you attend the next available approved seminar.
Second. Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Huckabee, that you attend the next board-approved seminar, which should be in June. Do you know the date on June, Ms. Powers?
I do not.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Is he to be reinstated as an instructor until June, or is he stay a cosmetologist until June and then get his instructor status back once he attends?
Been an instructor a long time, and he's employed.
Yeah.
So
I hear a
yes,
motion that we allow him to be reinstated immediately.
I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Coopinger, that he be reinstated immediately. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
I would like to commend you, board,
To pull something over us.
and thank you very much. The judicial system works. It's governed for the people, by the people, and I appreciate you folks as being state board. And all
Thank you, and
people.
thank you for helping our
Thank you very
profession.
much.
It's not easy to stay in this profession forever and ever, is it?
Just remember, don't take everything.
I will not. Maybe this has taught me a lesson. And it should teach all these students and faculty out here a lesson that's here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good
Good
luck.
luck.
I actually have a question for you all, something that's related to this. Thank you, Mr. Mick. If you read Rule 0440-1.15, Practice by Instructor, under Continuing Education, that says that any course besides Cosmetology Educators of America needs to be pre-approved. Can you all tell me what the Cosmetology Educators of America is in the industry, what courses are offered by them?
What was that again? 04440.
-1.15. It's the very last rule in that licensing section. Should be page 15 of your printed rules. We've had several calls about Cosmetology Educators of America, and this is just not industry information that I have knowledge about. And it seems that the board made this rule to pre-approve Cosmetology Educators of America, but I wasn't sure where those courses were offered.
35 to 15.
Printed ones. Not that.
I'm still trying to find this, Ms. Powers. 44401.
It's not in our book.
No, it isn't.
It's 2008 roll.
Yeah, it's right here.
Thrown away.
Right here. It's right here.
The
The printed ones from off the internet.
that we gave you, they're not in those books. Those books are old.
We don't have a 15.
Right. It's a newer rule that was done in
They just
2008.
told us there wasn't the money to reprint.
At a past meeting, we gave you printed rules. If you'd like, I can show you my printed rules.
Here, get it, do it.
It's right here. I remember if I printed mine off myself.
I don't remember receiving this.
We gave you all printed rules a long time ago. This was a rule that was enacted in 2008. It was way before my time. But this rule, we've just had several people, this Part A, the Cosmetology Educators of America. That's why I always say, don't use the green books, they're old.
I've never heard of
Your rule book? Oh, no, it's not
No.
your board hand.
Mhm.
Yes. If you look at the bottom of the rule, I don't have it now because y'all have my copy, but it shows that it was enacted in 2008. And the authority is from TCA 624105E, 624108, and 624114A, 1 and 2. My question is just, obviously, the board approves continuing education courses, but this Cosmetology Educators of America course, we've been questioned from people in the industry. I have a lady right now who actually has requested to her license be reinstated because she's an instructor, but pursuant to the law, she has to go to 24 hours of continuing education to reinstate her instructor's license because she put it on inactive status. Well, currently we don't offer a course that's 24 hours. We offer 3 separate courses in the past that have been pre-approved by the board that are 16 hours each. So this poses a problem for any licensee who's put their license on inactive status. That's why I was wondering if you all could provide me some additional information about the Cosmetology Educators of America, because it's obviously been approved through a rule-making hearing.
Okay, this is the convention that's always held in Las Vegas, and we have okayed people attending. Can anyone remember the exact name? We did okay in Las Vegas many, many years ago, and I can't remember who put that on. But it looks like it might have been Cosmetology Educators of America. I'm not sure. Many years ago, we did okay the one that's held in Vegas.
What's the question?
Well, individuals like Mr. Mick or individuals who are applying to reinstate their instructor license after they've put it on inactive status are required by law to go to 24 hours of continuing education in order to reinstate. Pursuant to that law, they shall attend 24 hours of continuing education. So I was trying to determine a way to allow these people to reinstate so they didn't have to wait until June to go to continuing education and then wait another month until July in order just to reinstate their license from inactive to active status, because we don't have the authority for the board to waive this because the law says they shall attend 24 hours of continuing education. So these people are put under a burden to go to 24 hours of continuing education, and if they, want to reinstate in October, they have to wait until next June before they can even get this license, or July to go. So I was looking through the laws, and this Cosmetology Educators of America was brought to my attention, and I said, it looks like anybody could go to this, and it's just already approved pursuant to this rule. It's how it reads. But I don't have information on who Cosmetology Educators of America are in order to give these individuals that information.
And this was
that written whenever they had to go?
We thought that was a misprint down there that should be 16.
When was that written?
Seeing up in the top.
2008 is when the rule was enacted.
That means it was probably written about in 2007, 6 or 7.
The hours are still 24 pursuant to the law. Not for continuing education. If you retire your license, I can... That's my book. Just
That
one
was
second.
my question. Okay.
Under 62.4.114, paragraph B, before an instructor's license expires, an instructor may notify the board of the instructor's intention to place the license on inactive status. The notice of intention shall be accompanied by the regular license fee, but the instructor shall be relieved of the obligation to attend otherwise required board-approved training program. An instructor may stay on inactive status as long as the appropriate fees are paid on a regular basis. To change a license from inactive status to active status, the instructor shall attend a board-approved instructor training program in cosmetology, manicuring, aesthetics, or natural hairstyling for a minimum of 24 hours. And that's 62.4.114B.
The date on that was, and it has not been revised.
2008 it became effective. 2008. So the rule was actually probably written in 2007 or some point. Statute always was effective in 2007.
Now, to maintain your instructor's license in A of that same statute, you only have to attend continuing education of 16 hours. But to take your license from inactive to active status as an instructor, you must attend 24 hours.
Rachel, do you have it in front of you when we changed it from 24 to 16 hours for continuing education? What year?
The statute, when the statute was changed from 24 to 16?
And that went from 24 hours to 16 hours, that should have gone for the active status on to 16.
We even have it marked out, the 24 and 16 is written beside it, so it has to be have been discussed at some time.
Point.
Back in the old book again.
No law change has been made, so it's still in force as it is, regardless of what has been discussed. Unless the legislature changes it and updates the problem, it's still enforceable as it's written.
So you're saying when we granted him his license a moment ago,
No, not for continuing education year to year. For an instructor whose license they put in inactive status. For example, I had a lady who had a health issue and she put her license in inactive status, and she's requesting to bring it out of inactive status because she's gotten a job offer. And she called and asked, could she go ahead and take it out of inactive status and attend the next 2 courses? And unfortunately, I haven't been able to tell her one way or the other yet, because she shall attend 24 hours, and until June and July, when those 24 hours of continuing education are offered, she has to wait, technically, per the law and the rules, unless she could attend the Cosmetology Educators of America pursuant to this rule. Now, I don't have the information on who the Cosmetology Educators of America are.
maybe she could provide us, if she's wanting to attend that, maybe she could provide us that information.
Well, she hasn't asked that. I'm just saying, for anybody in this case, and this goes back to the problem I discussed last month with, we only offer 3 continuing education courses that we pre-approve, and they're all only 16 hours. Well, if an instructor is inactive and they want to bring their license from inactive to active and they have to attend 16 hours, they have to go to one, then they have to wait a month and go to the other one, and then they can get their license out of inactive status. If someone wants to do that in October, they have to wait till next July to even bring their license out of inactive status.
This is a problem that's sort of constructed itself, because you have to have 16 hours a year, correct?
2 years. Every 2 years.
Every 2 years, as you go along, without going inactive or anything. And that's what our rule here addresses, that you can get your 16 hours by attending Cosmetology America. Automatically, apparently, the board valid, and we can. Paragraph B in the statute is talking about you got to have 24 hours to come out of inactive status. Our rule doesn't really discuss that, but constructively to get those 24 hours is what the director's been telling you. It's a real problem to get those 24 hours based on the way we're set up now.
That wasn't the intent of the board when that was written like that.
What is the
I'm
solution?
sure it wasn't. Well,
what would the solution be?
We need to write another paragraph in here.
Well, this rule needs to be edited. The board needs to look at expanding offering continuing education for these people that would be waiting for so very long. I mean, if I applied in October and wanted to be an instructor and it was the only job I could find, and then I found out I couldn't even get the job until next June or July because the statute doesn't allow me to do that because the board hasn't approved any continuing education classes, that's an unduly burdensome issue. And I don't think that we want to prevent these people from being licensed by any means. I think allowing them to select continuing education and get it pre-approved by the board may be one means, but also offering additional continuing education courses would be another way. And that's why I wanted to find out about the Cosmetology Educators of America. And you say it's a course offered in Las Vegas. Only in Las Vegas once a year, or?
Something like an annual convention.
It's a convention.
And more or less, these are all like hair shows. We've all been to.
Now, this particular one that we okayed was strictly for instructors. I remember that.
And Rob just found, with Hosam's help, the law went from 24 to 16 in the year 2001.
2001.
Oh, I'm sorry, from 16 to 24 on the inactive status in 2001. So it used to be 16 in the statute, and it was raised to 24 in the year 2001.
We have a month to check out this Cosmetology Educators of America, and I can't decide whether it's just an annual convention or if they offer seminars or what. I'm not familiar with it. Can we come back to it next month?
I think we absolutely can, and this is something that I wanted to address. And there's actually another seminar that someone has requested later in the meeting that we're going to look at, and it's actually put on by Career Educators Alliance, and the CEA triggered with me that it may be something similar, but it'll be on your iPad later in the meeting. But it's definitely something we want you all to look at because it's obviously an issue, and the continuing education is an issue as well. And Rob's going to get together a memo on our laws and rules and send that to you so we can discuss it at next month's meeting. Any questions? Okay. Now we are on to school applications on the administrative report. We have an application from Remington College Nashville campus located in Nashville, Tennessee for a change of their name. The new name will simply be Remington College.
Just a change of name. Do I hear a motion we accept?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, second by Ms. Smith. We accept. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application received from Remington College Memphis campus located in Memphis for a change of name of their school. Their new name will be Remington College.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion made by Mr. Herford,
I second.
seconded by Ms. McAllister. To accept the name change. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have an application received from Rasco Radiant Academy of Cosmetology to be located at 1830 Highway 51 in Covington for a new school of cosmetology. The school has provided the application payment, the floor plan, and a surety bond. The floor plan doesn't specify square footage, and no enrollment agreements have been provided. This school will need to be inspected by a board member and an inspector upon the board's approval. And the inspector for this area would be Ms. Hudson, and the board member, I believe, would be Ms. Walker. I think we may need to request some additional information and a clearer floor plan. And they also provided a lot of information, which is on your iPad, of their curriculum and their cost and their structure. But the enrollment agreements are not provided.
I make a motion that we request additional information and a clearer floor plan.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we get more information and also a clearer floor plan. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have applications for examination for Joshua Barbie, Michelle Green, Candace Neal, Jana Nichols, Tabitha Trice, and Tonia Myers, who have felonies. They're all submitted for the board's approval. The required information, disclosure from the student, and letter of examination from the school are submitted. We just need a motion to approve with a signed agreed order.
I make a motion that we approve with a signed agreed order.
Motion's been made by Ms. Cooper that we agree with the signed degree order. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Smith. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have a instructor seminar extension request on the agenda. There's a request to extend the instructor hours required to 2013 for Delois Thornton because she was out of the country during the 2011 continuing education seminar. Her continuing education due date was 2011. And she has provided a letter.
What was that name, please?
Delois Thornton. We are on page 122 in your iPads.
Thank you.
All right. She was out of the country?
That's what her letter states.
And when was she, let's see, I'm trying to find her record.
She was due in 2011 to attend.
And she's just now getting back to us.
That's correct.
I make a motion, we deny her request.
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Cookinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister that we deny. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have a request from Betty Edema to put her license into an inactive status due to illness. Her doctor note is provided. Her continuing education due date was in 2011, and the board previously extended it until 2012. So this request would be an extension and also an allowance to put her in active status. And she does provide a doctor's letter as well.
Okay, so she's asking us to extend her instructor symposium for another year and then allow her to make her license inactive. Is that correct?
Technically, when she puts her license in inactive status pursuant to the law, she's not required to attend. So basically, she would be putting it into an inactive status, and you'd be waiving her requirement to attend by the extension.
Okay, so it's active as we speak.
Yes.
Okay. That makes a different story. So it's active, and she's just requesting to make it inactive.
Right. Well, she was actually due to go in 2011. The board previously extended it to 2012 per a letter she provided, and she wasn't able to go in 2012 per this doctor's letter. She fell, and so she didn't go in 2012, and I think she's decided she's not going to be able to go. She needs to put her license in active status because of her physical condition.
But if they're not active at the time she requests, we can't put them on inactive status.
Right, they're active.
She's active.
She's active. She just is requesting to be put on inactive because she was supposed to go last year.
But we gave her an extension.
Till 12, and she didn't go.
Right.
And she's asking for the extension.
See? And she,
Well, she has proof for 12 that she couldn't attend.
Right.
okay.
She's asking us to grant her
Inactive status,
inactive
basically.
status. Motion's been made by Ms. Smith that would put her on inactive status. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Ms. Huckabee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next on the agenda is actually reciprocity applications. Do you all want to continue going through the iPad, or do you want to go to the reciprocity applications? They're not on your iPad. I'm going to pass some documentation out for your review. We can do the reciprocity at the end if you'd rather keep going through the iPad.
Let's do that.
Let's do that. It makes it easier.
I'll run out of power.
We have extras if you get low. Okay, next we have the University of Memphis request to have their 2013 teacher seminar approved. The seminar presenters, subjects, and the dates are provided. The seminar is to be held at the University of Tennessee June 9th and 10th.
Pearl's not here, but I see that she's worked on this.
Yes.
Do I hear any comment, or does anyone want to approve this?
Make a motion with.
Okay, motion's made by Ms. Smith. We approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Coopinger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have field trip requests. These are all on your iPad, one after the other, on one big spreadsheet, and I'm just going to go through them one by one. We have a field trip request from Austin's Beauty College for permission to take students on a field trip to attend the Fashion Focus Hair Show on March 24th and 25th at the Nashville Convention Center.
Do I hear a motion on that? We approve.
The 2-day program?
24th and 25th of March. Hair Focus Hair Show. Any discussion?
So we're supposed to approve this for
No, this
Oh,
is
this-
a field trip request for schools.
School hours.
You know, we get some unusual field trip requests. But this has to do with hair. We've got them.
Several classes for hair cutting, styling, and coloring hair and skin care will be provided.
In the past, haven't we always okayed anything that had to do with education and hair?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make a motion we approve.
I second.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that we approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have a request from Buchanan Beauty College in Coffee County, and the Coffee County Beauty. Yes. Buchanan Beauty College, I'm sorry. Permission to take students on a field trip to attend the same Fashion Focus Hair Show at the Nashville Convention Center.
Do I hear a ditto?
Make a motion we accept.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that we accept. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have a field trip request from, actually, we're going to skip the next one because they didn't provide us enough information. Field trip request from Empire Beauty School for permission to take students on a field trip. This is retroactive on February 16th through the 18th to Bonner Brothers Hair Show in Atlanta, which was previously approved last month, that same hair show.
We approved that one last month. I mean, that's program.
I'll make a motion we approve.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that we approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have a field trip from Image Maker Beauty Institute for permission to take students on a field trip to the Fashion Focus Hair Show again. And the request also states that the students would be attending 7 hours on both days.
Make a motion, we approve.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by
Second.
Ms. McAllister. We approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
We have a field trip request from Georgia Career Institute for permission to take students to travel to Georgia Career Institute Murfreesboro campus on March the 4th for training class on an It Works product. Also, they have another field trip on Thursday, April 14th to the same campus for aesthetics training on Pavonia products.
Any discussion? This training class on Pavonia products. It's educational.
Make the motion to approve.
Motion's made by Ms. McAllister to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Coopinger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have a field trip request from Sandra Clark for permission to take her students to learn about color formulation and the relaunch of Agora Royal to Epiphany Salon and Day Spa in Chattanooga. The time would be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
What's the name of the school?
Give me 1 second.
Instructors on the job pay 3 hours a day. Is that right?
We're going to take the students.
I'm sorry, give me 1 second.
Instructors.
Any questions or discussion on this? Taking them to learn color formulation and relaunch.
Make a motion, we approve.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger. Do I hear a second?
Second.
That we approve, seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Next, we have a field trip request from Volunteer Beauty Academy for permission to take their students to attend the Fashion Focus Hair Show again on March 24th and 25th.
There'll be a lot of students at that show.
There will be.
Make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Mr. Herford, that we approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Field trip request from Tennessee Career Institute for permission to take their students to the Image Skincare product launch at Marriott Hotel in Franklin on March 14th from 6 to 8 p.m.
Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion
That we accept.
that we accept.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Herford, seconded by Ms. Coopinger, that we accept. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
A second request from Tennessee Career Institute for permission to take students to the Cosmetology Professional Heel Hair Show at Nashville Convention Center on March 24th and 25th. Heil, sorry.
That's the same, similar
thing?
to the others.
I make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we accept. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Another field trip request from Tennessee Career Institute for permission to take students to travel to Georgia Career Institute Murfreesboro campus on March 4th for training on the It Works product and,
Two of them.
yes, the Pavonia product. It's the same one previously approved for Georgia Career.
All right, motion's made by Ms. Smith, we accept. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Ms. Huckabee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have a field trip request from Vatterott College for permission to take their students to a Hair Biz Catwalk Student Competition and Fashion Show on March 25th.
We've already okayed that before. Do I hear a motion?
Make the motion to approve.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister and seconded by Mr. Huffer to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have a subsequent retroactive approval for Vatterott College for the Bonner Brothers Hair Show on February 16th and the 18th. That was in Atlanta, Georgia.
Do I hear a motion on this?
Make motion to approve.
Motion's made by Ms. McAllister to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Coopinger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Last, we have a field trip request from Jenny Lee Academy of Cosmetology for permission for 2 senior students to go to Austin Springs Salon and Spa and the Carnegie Hotel in Johnson City on March 5th to learn about salon business, success, and service essentials for their careers.
Is that on our iPod?
It's
The last one.
It's at the very bottom. It's the last one.
That one.
Jenny Lee. Okay, do I hear any discussion or motion?
I'll make a motion we approve.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger that we approve. Do I hear a second? Second. Seconded by Ms. Smith. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have a request from Gina Wade for approval of Cosmetology Career Educators Alliance continuing education classes. The ad on the continuing education classes is provided that explains that it's a 2-day event and the places where it's offered. She wants pre-approval to attend this course for her continuing education.
Who's the request? The request?
To approval for this to meet continuing education requirements.
I said who was requesting? Who was?
Oh, and a current cosmetology instructor. She's just requesting to attend this as her continuing education. She's interested in this class. I actually spoke to her on the phone. I thought this is the ad I thought that may be connected to Cosmetology Educators of America because it's Career Educators Alliance. That might just be a coincidence that they're both CEA. But this was the one that I thought may have been something that was pre-approved by the board pursuant to this rule. We actually got a nice color copy scanned in.
Mm-hmm, you did.
We don't know anything about this.
And she is actually requesting to attend the Atlanta show. She and another one of her friends who are instructors say that this is a great program, and she's requesting the board's approval. Well, I guess the Atlanta one's already been offered, but...
This is no different than what was presented to us earlier today. That's all you see is the brochure.
Right, she's not offering this. She's just requesting to attend for her 16 hours of continuing education.
I guess what I was saying is there's not that much information to tell us exactly what the agenda is.
Do you want her to provide additional information?
Well, it says February 2013.
Right. The one in Atlanta does say February 2013.
That's
But
over.
there's other dates, March and April and May.
Any discussion on this? Any comment?
Motion.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we deny. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry. Can we take a break?
Absolutely.
Okay? We're going to take a temporary 10-minute break.
Oh, my God. So,
It's the clock. We miss our clock.
No, there's not a clock.
No, there isn't.
It will be an addition.
It's Eastern Time.
Oh, thank you. Meeting's called back to order, and are we doing consent orders next?
Yes, that's fine. We have consent orders for March 2013 in the amount of $2,250. We just need a motion to approve those.
$2,250.
$250.
Do I hear a motion we accept?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, second by Ms. Cuppinger, that we accept consent orders 2,250. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, you all have some paperwork in front of you. It's the reciprocity applications that the reciprocity committee wanted the full board to review. First, I'm going to go over the reciprocity committee's recommendations on our applications, and we didn't have as many this month. The reciprocity committee recommends that the following applicants take the Tennessee examination: Rena Bell, Thomas Castro Martinez, Long Nguyen Tu Trendong, D'Angelo Lockett, Kevin Nguyen, Hin Tun, Ngoc Nguyen, Andy Fan, Tu Than Fu, and Denovia Sixto. They also recommend Melissa Ewing take this aesthetics examination. And they recommend that Catherine Allison be approved and that Melissa Ewing be approved for reciprocity for cosmetology licenses. I just need a full board vote on approval of those recommendations.
Do I hear a motion that we accept?
I make a motion
Okay, is
that we accept.
Okay, motion's made by Mr. Herc that we accept. Do I hear a second?
second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Okay. Now, in front of you all, oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Could I just say that the reciprocity committee this morning, of two, that we really feel more comfortable making the reciprocity decisions with a full board, but what we did was we looked at some of these three that are coming before us now. We weren't really comfortable with making a decision. The ones that she just went over, we made the decision based on that these people had met the substantial requirements of hours, and if they were short hours, and they hadn't had as many hours as Tennessee requires, we basically asked that they take the Tennessee exam. And then there was also a couple that came before us from a foreign country, and we asked, even one of them, I think, had the hours and had taken an exam, but we asked that they take the Tennessee exam because it was out of the United States. And so we just felt like, we've got to be pretty strict on just going license for license, handing out reciprocity. So most of our recommendations were that we ask the applicants to take the Tennessee exam. And we felt good about our decisions.
Right.
Second motion.
Okay,
Yes.
before we move on, I'd like to read a note that I just received just before the meeting, and it's made to me. It says, "Dear Ms. Colley, due to the unavailable circumstance, I will have to resign from the Reciprocity Ad Hoc Committee effective today 3/4/2013. This came from Muriel Smith. And before we go into replacing Muriel with someone else, I'd like to express my confusion. When I appointed the committee, which you guys did cover this morning, what I was talking about, I appointed the committee thinking that they were going to come up with policies or guides on who to accept reciprocity, how to handle the reciprocities. Example being Florida, 1,200 hours, and then we've been making them go back to school for 300 hours and then take the exam, and there's some schools that won't accept people for 300 hours. And what 300 hours are they going to get? When they've had 1,200, they'd probably have to start in the beginning wherever that particular class is, bang, bang. And I guess my misunderstanding is I did not understand that they were not going to suggest policies or procedures to us versus going through the reciprocities.
Well, these two things really go hand in hand. My apologies for any miscommunication with the initial appointment of the Reciprocity Committee. I think that the day the Reciprocity Committee was appointed, there was a lot of discussion with the full board on reciprocity and our problems and our issues. And with all other boards, when a committee is presented and recommended, they're presented on various different things. Committees are, there's rules committees, there's education committees, there's application examination committees, there's committees on just about any topic that you could think a board would need a committee to address. And with the Reciprocity Committee, it's important to look at applications while also looking at the process for licensure, and it shortens in the time of the board meeting. Does that make sense? Did I answer your question?
I can see where everything but the shortening. I haven't seen it shortened anything. I don't mean that ugly.
Well, this morning we did get into more specifics about how we're going to rule on reciprocities, and we're trying to make it more clear-cut and easier to rule on those, which to me, it's happening. It's becoming easier. It's becoming more clear. We still have to take them case-by-case basis, but I'm thinking because we've ironed this out and talked this through in the Reciprocity Committee, that we could put them back into the regular meeting, start our meetings at 9 o'clock, and we could zip through them efficiently now that we've, looked at how somebody actually can receive license when they come in and how they receive reciprocity.
And if there's any rule change or thoughts on it, they will offer them to us as a full board if there needs to be any. I think board or some interjection if we have something different to say or thinking about it with the lawyers.
Well, I thought this morning I sat out there and was listening, and it was very informative. And I really liked the way, Rob, you explained the reciprocity to the Reciprocity Committee, and I'd appreciate if you'd explain it to us as a whole. You might not have wanted me to do that right now, but...
The 4 methods of getting a license, were you there for that?
Say that.
When we discussed about the 4 methods for
Yes.
receiving a license? Okay, I think there's just 4 broad categories, and one of them was based on our statute 62.4.110, which is starting at the bottom and applying without anything, going to school, taking the test. The second method would be through full reciprocity, which is based on our statute at 62.4.116. That means you come in without any other activity required and receive a license. That would be if you're coming to this state from another jurisdiction with a valid license that is at least as stringent as ours or more, then you would be able to receive a license based on that. A third category would be sort of like a comity, or applying in a partial way, which is you would bring a license in from another jurisdiction that's, I hate to say it, inferior to ours, meaning it doesn't require as many hours, may not require an exam, but you have a license. You come here, we look at what you have, and then we add stuff to it to bring it up to our standards. okay, you got a license from another state, but you need to take our examination or a few other hours or both. And then the last category, which is probably the most heavy lifting, would be from foreign jurisdictions, which is another country that we would have to develop some way for that. Eventually, I guess that would just plug into one of the other situations. So I think what we can do is we can draft some rules that will, have bullet points or type of checklist. We'll be able to recognize when somebody applies whether or not they're able to meet straight out reciprocity or if they fall into one of the other categories. And if they do, we'll have guidelines to where we can treat everybody the same, I guess. Not be arbitrary.
That would be so helpful to us if you would work on that for us.
Well, the directors already prepared a spreadsheet. I think this is every state in the union in D.C. It's a really good start here because it tells you what every state requires in order to get a license, and if it's grade in, I think
It meets or exceeds.
they're at least as good as ours or better. So if you say, okay, here comes somebody with one of these states, you would know that they're already acceptable to us. We're just using this information like this to craft some rules that you can use as authority, and then possibly some sort of policy things you can use to help you think about what you're looking at. I think if we do it this way, then as people come and go off the board, everybody will still be treated the same no matter who's on the panel. And then we don't have to reinvent things repeatedly when new people come on.
Well, how do you feel personally about the people that are short just a few hours, and the word few can vary, of meeting our requirements as far as 1,500 hours?
Well, I sort of have a traditional view. If you're short, you're short, and you have to get the hours.
See,
because otherwise every license is not the same, and everybody has to receive a license under the same conditions, one way or the other.
See, that's the way we were telling people they had to go back for so many hours, and then they were asking us, couldn't you come up with a system if they had so many % of hours? And I personally got confused as to which way would be best, and I got very confused on that reciprocity part as far as if their hours were a little short. We've always said you go back till you get your 1,500.
It's unreasonable.
I just wanted to bring that up. I just got confused because things switched around on what they recommend.
That's how we ruled for a while. And then the word substantially kept being thrown at us. And then also with this new administration, then this really caught my ear, and I told you this last meeting that Julie McPeak, Commissioner of Commerce and Insurance, says that the regulatory boards are to operate with undue burdens. They want people to go to work when they come to Tennessee, and they don't want us to be in the way. So I felt we're driven to be a little more compromising, and the law allows that with the word substantial. And so if they're short a few hours or some hours, and we don't, of course, wouldn't feel comfortable granting reciprocity that way, but that's why we say go back and take the Tennessee exam. If you can pass the Tennessee exam, then you must know your stuff, and you could get a license. So that's where we were coming from. We also discussed this morning that you can be granted reciprocity with the current 5-year work history. And what does current mean? We discussed that, and we need to clarify that, and we need to clarify what proof you need to bring to show that you have 5-year work history, what would be acceptable to us, so that people are more clear. They have these questions, frequently asked questions, which I don't blame them, about how you can get a license in Tennessee, and we need to clarify, our requirements. But I think the reason we're driven to compromise, if you will, is so that people can go to work. That's why I feel like I've kind of changed my stance on this whole issue.
I think make every effort to make the process as streamlined as possible, but the general public needs to know that if they go to this licensee, they have the same license that this other licensee has. They can feel assured that everybody has met the requirements that we demand for you to receive a license. That doesn't mean it has to be hard to do. Substantially equivalent, we know from looking at our charts that if certain states are substantially equivalent because we've looked at their hours and their exam requirements. We already know that. For the people that are a little bit short, we can come up with some methods that you feel comfortable with. Examinations are one of them. Examinations plus something else might be another thing you might want to consider depending on the circumstance and how short they are. The exam's probably always going to be part of it if their license is not equivalent to ours.
And I just want to make sure that we're consistent.
That's what we want to be.
Because I don't like roller coasters. I like consistency.
Don't want to be arbitrary about anything we do.
So if you could kind of write up some of these things for us so we can get everyone on the same page, it would be appreciated.
For work history, there are other boards, there are over 20 other programs that have some form of requirement proving your work history. We can look at what they do and what they require and, stop that if their version of it. They ask for tax statements and they ask for pay stubs and rental agreements and utility bills for shops if you own a shop, just something. But we're going to look and see what.
Well, I think this is one of our main things we need to concentrate on right now, and that would help us out a lot. Now back to, I need to replace Miss Smith. Could I have a volunteer that would like to take Miss Smith's position on the ad? Let me explain.
If we're not going to meet as a reciprocity committee next month, if we just want Rob to get together some rules for the full board to review, then we can re-adjourn at 9 a.m. with our full board meetings, if that's what you all would like to do.
Or you can maintain the committee for a while until they can sort of vet through some of the ideas and get it in a better condition for the whole board to discuss.
Right. Either one is perfectly fine.
Is there any discussion on which way the board members feel? Do you want to continue with the ad hoc reciprocity committee for another few months and let them do some more discussing like they did in the beginning? And they came up with some wonderful thoughts and ideas, and things were presented that would come up to us, but now we need to get these guidelines so we know what to accept and what not to accept. Or do you want to just start not meeting with the reciprocity committee and start our meetings at 9? Is that what you were saying, Ms. Bowers?
Yes. I think either one is fine. It may be that Rob would like to extend it another month just to give him a chance to get the rules together for everyone's review. And then Ms. Walker should be here next month, and it'll give her a chance to review all the documentation provided to the Reciprocity Committee. We'll just need an additional member to volunteer to be on the committee.
It'll be approximately a month.
Yes.
Do I hear a volunteer for 1 month? I can't do it.
I'm already on it.
I'll volunteer.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McAllister will volunteer to be on the committee.
We'll have it wrapped up next month.
Ms. McAllister, I'll send you all the documentation they reviewed so you can familiarize yourself.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm through with my little discussion.
Give me just 1 second.
Sure.
I think that you all have on top of your packet for the reciprocity Denise Reed first. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Miss Reed is applying for reciprocity of a cosmetology license from Ohio Her certification verifies 1,500 hours and her initial date of licensing in 2001, but her certification says her license expires on January 31st of 2013, and her application notary date is February the 14th. So it looks like her license may be expired in Ohio. It may not be expired in Ohio, but pursuant to the documentation we have, expiration date is 1/31, so we needed board approval. Ohio does meet Tennessee's reciprocity requirements with 1,500 hours for cosmetologists.
So she could reinstate her license in Ohio, and then we would be able to accept reciprocity. Is that correct? Because it has to be active for us to accept reciprocity, I think. Any discussion on this?
Well, we would need to know what for sure there are.
Ms. Smith, can you pull your mic down? I don't think it's registering.
Well, just what it says and what Miss Rachel said, okay, it looks like they expired 1/31/13.
So if she wants reciprocity, she needs to come to us with a current license.
So we should, how about this? I advise her to show us that her license is active in Ohio, and I can automatically approve her for reciprocity.
Yes, she is. Yeah.
Can I get that in a motion?
I make a motion that she show proof that she has a current Ohio license and that she then can be granted reciprocity.
Do I hear a second?
I second that.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Mr. Herford, that she proved she has an active Ohio license, and then we will be able to accept reciprocity. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, who all do you have? In Chow or Heen Nguyen? Nguyen, okay. Sorry, mine's not in the same order. Okay, Mr. Nguyen has completed an application for reciprocity of a manicurist license from Georgia. The certification verifies 1,065 hours in apprentice training in a salon in Georgia prior to becoming licensed, and her initial date of licensing is in 2011. A transcript is provided which verifies the information, as well as tax returns which detail work history in the industry. Georgia licenses nail technicians with 525 hours or 1,050 apprentice hours. And in this case, this individual is coming with 1,065 apprenticeship hours. And the transcript shows that the salon where the work was performed and a breakdown of the hours, as well as tax returns.
She brought this before the entire board because her hours are apprenticeship hours.
This is something else we might want to be thinking about in the future. We've had apprenticeship situations forever, but Georgia license requires cosmetology 1,500 hours or 3,000 apprentice.
Right. And in this case, it's a manicurist with the same.
Right. But
apprentice.
what the point I'm getting to, if we go along with Georgia and accept reciprocity from Georgia, if they took their 1,500 hours, I feel it'd be only fair that we accept the 3,000 apprentice hours because it's equivalent to that in Georgia. Does that make any sense? We've never accepted apprentice. I'm not trying to change the law. I'm just saying if they go either or in Georgia and we accept reciprocity from Georgia, do we have to accept reciprocity hours? I mean, apprentice hours.
It's totally in the board's discretion to accept those as being substantially equivalent to what we require.
Do you understand where I'm coming from, board members? We're trying to make things balanced. And we're saying right now, we accept Georgia Reciprocity with the 1,500 school hours, but we don't accept the apprenticeship. And I just want some opinions on that.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I don't think they're equal personally. I don't think the school hours and the apprentice hours have equal value.
I don't either. I was thinking about, like, teaching. Like, I couldn't just be an apprentice student teacher for so many years and become a teacher. I've got to go to school. I've got to go to classes, and I think there is a difference.
That's what I wanted. I wanted us to speak up and talk about it. Okay, back to that application.
I think it's important to know on this transcript, and I think a lot of states do it differently with regards to apprentice. For example, I know Kentucky licenses require 1,800 hours for a cosmetologist, and then you have to be an apprentice for so many years before you can even be licensed in Kentucky as a cosmetologist. And in this case, it looks like on the application, now I'm not sure how this works, but that the first 280 hours says theory in any one category equals clock hours for 1 credit hour. So I'm wondering if he completed 280 theory hours before the remaining apprentice hours. It's up to interpretation. It's not really clear, but I wanted to make sure to point that out. And again, this is a she. My apologies.
She has 5 years of work experience, according to her IRS.
Her date of licensure is not until 2011.
Then why did she send all this?
Well, it may be that she worked there, and that was when she was getting her apprentice hours, but she wasn't actively licensed for those 5 years.
Okay. Because it's in a nail salon.
Right.
She started in November 3rd, 2008, and graduated April the 6th, 2010, according to the Georgia State Board of Cosmetology, in apprenticeship hours.
We request more information and see if she has any classroom hours.
This is for manicuring, and they only require 320 credit hours in Georgia.
Actually, Georgia is 525. Does the packet I gave you say 325?
I'm looking at nail tech under cosmetology requirement.
Oh, you're at prior to July 2000. After
looking
July
down now.
2000?
I was looking at the wrong one.
Sorry, no, I just...
Not real familiar with an apprenticeship program. To me, it's like if you went somewhere and somebody's working as an apprentice, it's like, what's the difference in that and working unlicensed? I don't.
Well, Georgia requires, and I've looked at this before, from my recollection, is when you are going to be an apprentice trainer, you are required to register with the Georgia Board of Cosmetology. For example, see the transcript for nail care apprentice, this transcript, this Lucky Nails salon license number is an apprentice training
Okay.
location, and the board requires that they maintain the hourly information for the apprentices and have the apprentices complete hours in certain topics, subjects, areas of the industry in order to meet the requirements. And then I'm pretty sure that they test as well after their apprentice. I don't recall.
She said in Georgia, Miss McAllister says in Georgia they do have to test after apprentice license.
What I thought. And that's my recollection, that you all had me look up some Georgia apprentice information in the past, and that Georgia does regulate their apprenticeship process. It's not just go out and work in a nail salon and come back and tell us you're done. It's pretty...
Right, because it says on here requirements for examination applicants are. In written and practical.
So she's had a written and a practical exam? My recommendation is, since she has taken an exam, a written and a practical exam, but she has gone through an apprenticeship program, which is nothing we offer in Tennessee, that maybe we ask her to take the Tennessee exam just to make sure we feel comfortable that she meets our requirements.
Is that a motion?
Second that motion.
That's a motion.
Motion's made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that she sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
And last but not least, we have an application from Min Van Chow. Mr. Chow's application was presented to the full board in February, and the board voted that he passed the manicurist examination. At that time, he had a gap in his work history, and his certification from Georgia only verified 525 hours in the manicuring curriculum. He contacted the board office and requested the board reconsider because he provided additional information. You all have his letter requesting his reconsideration, along with a work history letter, as well as a transcript showing his completion of 600 hours in the manicuring curriculum at the Career Institute of Nail Care in Lawrenceville, Georgia. It looks like he has provided additional information to meet our reciprocity requirements. I advised the Reciprocity Committee previously this morning that it is the board office's practice and requirements that once an application has come before the board, that any changes to a decision made by the board has to only be made by the full board, and that's why this one's coming back before you.
So he has proof from Career Institute that he has 600 hours,
That's correct.
and that is in a school. So he has 600 hours, and I'm trying to see where he's set for the exam.
It's on his certification. Same Georgia certification.
Got it.
We just couldn't make a ruling on it because it had already been ruled by the full board.
Right.
And our ruling was that,
That he sit because we only had that he had completed 525 hours.
okay, but now he's proved he has 600 hours, and he has set for an exam.
Correct.
It's a different ballgame.
Where did you come up with 8 hours?
He provided a transcript. Previously, he had only provided his certification, which states don't certify over what they require for licensure. Georgia only requires 525 hours in the manicuring curriculum, so he provided a transcript from his school he attended.
This page,
Georgia?
Yes.
this page right here, Jen. So what he did is he went back and got 77.25 hours to make his 600, is the way I'm looking at it. Because he started January the 5th, 2007, and ended February the 7th, 2007. So he went back to school to maintain the 600, or to get the 600 hours. And this is notarized.
The Career Institute of Nail Care is a school, is that correct?
Any thoughts on this?
I'm still not clear on whether that is a school or not. Career Institute of Nail Care.
Oh, it says he did not receive a diploma.
Right, he only attended that school 77.25 hours pursuant to that transcript. And it does say school name and address, so
No technical training.
GA.
Okay, graduated in December '06, and then immediately went to Career Institute and enrolled for 77 hours, .25. I think he knew he was coming to Tennessee sooner or later, and he wanted to get those 600 hours. I mean, a lot of people do that to make sure they have the correct hours. Thoughts? Discussion?
The board we ruled that he needed to take the exam?
Yes, because his certification provided 525 hours. My recommendation would be that he now be approved because he's met our reciprocity requirements by showing the additional hours attended.
Not apprentice hours.
Correct.
I know Mr. Hereford doesn't feel comfortable with the making sure that is a school. Is there any other reasons that we are not speaking up and giving our opinions?
I feel comfortable that it is a school. I'm just looking at these additional hours.
You're having a lot of fun out there.
You all like me to close the door?
No, that keeps us awake.
Well, I think if everyone's comfortable that it's a school, then I'll go on and make a motion that we approve.
Okay. Mr. Hereford made a motion that we approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Approved.
Right, that's it for our reciprocity. Next, we are on to legal report with Rob. This is the last thing on our agenda.
Alrighty. Did you pass it out?
Yeah.
Get the dead tree version because we couldn't get it onto the
Sir?
iPads in time. I think it's a handout this time. I'll make sure you all have it.
We have a handout?
It looks like there's one on your
Oh.
iPad, but the one on the iPad has been changed, so if you can look at the legal report that's been handed out
So
to you.
forget the iPod.
Forget the iPad.
All right. Number one is a represented case. It was presented at the February 6th board meeting, and as follows. September 22 notice of violation alleges that a licensed manicurist was observed practicing manicuring on a client while her license was expired and had been expired since August 30 of 2010. As of September 29, 2011, the license was renewed. The inspector also observed that the floors in the shop were unclean. Based on this information, the board decided to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with a $500 civil penalty. And since that time, we've had an update. Consent order was sent to the respondent shop, later returned unclaimed. Further investigation of the matter revealed that one of the respondent owners didn't have a license issued by the board, and the other co-owner filed for bankruptcy. A copy of the notice of bankruptcy commencement was sent to the Office of Legal Counsel from the U.S. Bankruptcy Court. According to the area inspector, the shop is closed for business. So it's the opinion of the board's litigation counsel, which is where things end up after we've offered a settlement, that pursuing formal action in this matter is not feasible. So the recommendation is to close the complaint and flag the respondent's shop licensing file.
What we usually do is
Oh.
you read them and we stop you if we're having questions, or we wait till the end and pass them all and then do corrections.
All righty then.
Okay.
Next heading is new cases.
Can I ask a question, sir?
Sure.
As far as the $500 penalty, or we're just going to go on and close the case and not try to collect that? Is that?
Yeah, I'd say rescind your previous consent order and then close the case, because there's not much we can do right now. They're in bankruptcy.
Well, only one of them went to bankruptcy, right? It's a partnership.
Well, I assume the business is in bankruptcy.
I would think they would both be personally liable.
Sure, yeah.
$250 we can get it. No, $500 we can get it. That's just a comment. I don't have no motion.
All right. Next heading, new cases. For the record, that case was 2011-030621. New cases number 1, 2012-019721. And this complaint alleges a respondent, which is a licensed shop, provided unprofessional weaving services in violation of 624127B2. The respondent offered a refund to the complainant after having discussed the matter with the respondent. No allegation of safety violations were made, and there was no response to these allegations in the file. So the recommendation is to approve a letter of warning against the respondent for failing to respond to the complaint. 2, 2013-003841, the January 30, 2013 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed an expired license posted in a licensed shop in violation of 624108. The inspector was also observed dirty color bowls, tint brushes, and towels in the sink, and states that tools and implements were unclean and improperly stored at the workstation in violation of our Rule 0440.02.13.2. The inspector also states that the brake color preparation room was dirty with trash and other items thrown not where they're supposed to be. Violation of Rule 0440.02.062. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with a $500 civil penalty. Number 3, 2012-021461. The complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed shop, provided unprofessional facial waxing services by causing skin burns to the complainant's eyebrow and lip areas in violation of TCA 624127. After hearing the client's complaint, the respondent refused a refund request, citing the service was provided properly and the alleged burns must have been caused by another source. There was no allegation of sanitary violations. No response to these allegations are in the file. So the recommendation is to approve a letter of warning against the respondent for failing to respond to the complaint. Number 4 is 2013-003201. The February 6, 2013 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed a licensed manicurist was not wearing an ID tag in a licensed manicure shop in violation of 0440.02.08. The inspector states that a rack of clean tools for clients to use is not in a closed container in violation of Rule 0440.02.07. And further states that all licenses were posted on the front of the shop in violation of TCA 624113. Recommend authorizing a formal hearing with authority to settle with a consent order for a $500 civil penalty. Number 5, 2013-003221. This one is a January 15, 2013 notice of violation alleges the area inspector found a nail liquid with the label containing MM. A licensed manicure shop in violation of Administrative Rule 0440.02.17. Recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with a $250 civil penalty. 6, 2012-022331. The respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, is alleged to have provided unprofessional pedicure services by failing to use proper care and causing discomfort and minor injury to the complainant. In violation of the statute against unprofessional behavior, 624127. After hearing the client's complaint, the respondent refused a refund request. No allegation of sanitary violations were made, and there's no response to the allegations. So once again, recommend approving a letter of warning against the respondent for failing to respond to the complaint. Number 7, 2013-002221. The January 8, 2013 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed an individual practicing on a client without a valid license in violation of 624108 in a licensed cosmetology shop. The inspector states that no manager was present in the shop in violation of Rule 0440.02.03. So recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order, $500 civil penalty. 8, 2012-022351. This complaint alleges the respondent, an unlicensed cosmetology shop, is continuing to operate after its license had long since expired in violation of TCA 624118. The complainant does not offer any actual evidence that the respondent is currently operating, nor has a response been received from this complaint. In light of that, I recommend close the case for lack of evidence for discipline and instruct an inspector to determine the respondent's current operational status. Closing the case means we can get back to it if we. Number 9, 2013-002241. The January 9, 2013 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed the owner of the shop with the client while his cosmetology license expired on October 31st, 2012, in violation of TCA 624108, and without wearing an ID tag in violation of Rule 0440.02.08. The inspector further states that 5 licensed cosmetologists were providing cosmetology services to clients without wearing ID tags in violation of that same rule. Additionally, the inspector found dirty hairbrushes in a drawer at the workstation and clippers were improperly stored in violation of our Rule 0440.02.13. Court office records indicate that the owner's license was renewed on January 10th, 2013. Recommend authorizing a formal hearing with authority to settle with a consent order, $750 civil penalty. Number 10, 2012-024691. The complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetologist, provided unprofessional hairstyling services by improperly using products on the complainant in violation of 624127. The respondent has apologized, but the complainant has not indicated in the complaint materials that a refund was requested. No allegation of sanitary violations were made, and there's no response from the respondent in the file. So recommend approve a letter of warning against the respondent for failing to respond to the complaint. Number 11, 2013-002271. The January 10, 2013 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed 4 stylists were servicing clients while the shop license was expired as of August 31st, 2012, in violation of 624118. And that one of the stylists was practicing with an expired license in violation of 624108. Additionally, the inspector states that the stylist did not have a name tag on in violation of the appropriate rule, that several dirty tools and implements were improperly stored in violation of our sanitation rules. Court office records indicate that the shop license was renewed on January 12, 2013, and the cosmetologist license was renewed on January 23rd, 2013. So recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with a $750 civil penalty. 12, 2012-025251. Complaint alleges the respondent, licensed cosmetology shop, was employing unlicensed individuals in violation of TCA 624108. The respondents have provided copies of the licenses of all indicated personnel. These licenses are active and current. So recommend dismiss the case for lack of grounds for discipline. 13, case 13 is 2012-026051. Complaint alleges the respondent, an unlicensed individual, is providing cosmetological services in violation of 624108. There's no evidence of this allegation contained in the complaint file. Evidence that it's happening. The complainant admits that she has not contacted the respondent or business owner to verify anything. So recommend to close the case for lack of grounds for discipline. Number 14, 2013-002281. The January 11, 2013 notice of violation states the shop license and the last inspection sheet were not visible to the inspector in a licensed cosmetology shop in violation of 624118. The inspector states that the manager and the owner licenses were both expired in violation of 624108. The inspector further states that several workstations with a lot of hair on the floor in violation of Rule 04002. Court office records indicate that the owner's license was renewed March 22nd of last year, and the manager's license was renewed on December 13th of it. Happened prior to the issued notice of violation. Recommendation is to close with the letter of warning. 15, 2013-002291. The January 17, 2013 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed a licensed esthetician was adding eyelash extensions to a client without wearing an ID tag. The shop license was expired on 11/30/2012. The inspector states that the licensee's license was not posted in violation of 624113, and further found the owner's personal brushes were dirty and stored in a closed container with the clean tools in violation of the sanitation rules. Board office records indicate that the shop license was renewed on February 4th of this year. Recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle with the $500 civil penalty. 15 is 2013-000151. The complaint alleges the respondent, a business offering cosmetological services without a license, is also utilizing unlicensed individuals to provide these services. The complainant does not offer any actual evidence that the respondent is currently operating, nor has a response been received from this complaint. The facility seems to be located either within or adjacent to a private residence or private property and has thus far been inaccessible for inspection. Recommend authorize a cease and desist order or letter of warning against operating an unlicensed shop and employing unlicensed individuals. Proper inspection of the facility. 17 is 2013-000161. The complaint alleges the respondent, a business offering primarily barbering services, is also alleged to possibly be offering cosmetological services without a license. The complainant does not offer any actual evidence that the respondent is currently operating, nor has a response been received. The facility has been observed by an inspector but not entered or reviewed to determine the exact activity. Although the respondent is aware that a board member has been advised of the alleged activity, the board inspector, but it has not felt safe to proceed alone and therefore has thus far been inaccessible to inspection. So recommend a cease and desist order, letter of warning against operating an unlicensed shop and unlicensed employees and to obtain a proper inspection of the facility. 18, 2013-002301. The January 18, 2013 notice of violation alleges that the owner of the shop relocated such shop without first submitting an application for change of location and passing the required inspection. The inspector states that during the inspection, a licensed cosmetologist came in and started to work in her first client, and then a master barber was cutting a client's hair. This shop is a dual license salon, according to the inspector. Board office records indicate that an application for change of location was received on January 29th of this year. The application was approved on February 25th of this year. So the recommendation is to close with a letter of warning. 19-2013-002311. The January 18, 2013 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed a couch and hammock in the rear of the shop. It appears someone was sleeping in the shop in violation of 624125. Health rate. The inspector also observed a non-service dog in the shop in violation of Rule 0440-0210. Recommendation: authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle with a $250 civil penalty. 20 is 2012-026031. The complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, was employing unlicensed individuals to provide manicure services. Supposedly evidenced by the complainant noticing a different person's license posted than the individual providing the services. The license posted belonged to a former employee terminated for cause some. The respondent answers through counsel that the complainant is an associate of the employee. The actual employee providing services is properly licensed and no inappropriate licenses are posted in the shop. And there's no evidence in the file to refute this. So I recommend close the case for lack of evidence, probable cause for discipline. 21. 2012-025-221. The complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, provided unprofessional and instruction to the preparing the complainant for the board's licensing exam. This allegation arises from the fact that the complainant has special concerns in a learning environment that is unrelated to intelligence. The respondent's school answers that it has met with the complainant and has provided services free of charge to prepare the complainant for the exam and has made every effort to ensure satisfaction, all of which the complainant accepted. So recommend close the case for grant. 2013-002331. The January 24, 2013 notice of violation states the owner of the shop, a licensed manicurist, operated a service cosmetology shop with a valid shop license. Board office records indicated that the shop has now been closed, according to the inspector. So the recommendation is close with the letter of warning. 23 is 2013-002371. The January 23, 2013 notice of violation alleges the area inspector found a hot wax machine set up with all tools necessary to perform waxing services in a licensed manicure shop. The inspector also observed dirty tools were improperly stored, uncovered trash container, and several unclean buffers and files were left out uncovered at the workstation. These are in violation of our inspection rule. Recommended: authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with the $500. 4 is 2013-000131. And the complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, is providing services without following all sanitary guidelines as prescribed in our rule, Chapter 044002. Inspection report to corroborate these allegations. The respondent answers that the allegations presented by the complainant are untrue and that the shop is managed in compliance with all acceptable law and rules. So in absence of proof, authorize a letter of warning against failing to follow all required sanitary rules and order an inspection within 30 days to conform. 25.
Bob, your mic's going on and off all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't hear you at sometimes. Thank you.
All right. 25. 2013-002381. The January 24, 2013 notice of a violation alleges that the area inspector found a hot wax machine set up with all tools necessary to perform waxing services. The inspector also observed dirty manicure and pedicure workstations with nail pieces, dust, and dirty buffers and files in a drawer at the workstation, all in violation of our sanitation and disinfection rules. Recommend authorize a formal hearing with the authority to settle by consent order and a $500 civil penalty. 26 is 2013-001721. A December 6, 2012 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed an individual servicing a client's eyelashes in the rear corner of a licensed manicure shop in violation of TCA 624102. The inspector also observed dirty files and buffers at the workstation, and towels were improperly stored in violation of sanitation rules. So the recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order, a $500 civil penalty. All right, 27, 2013-000121. The complaint alleges that a manicurist at the respondent shop provided unprofessional eyebrow and chin waxing services by causing stubble on the complainant's chin. The complainant states that the shop should not provide any waxing services since it is not licensed to do skincare services. Response was received from the owner of the respondent shop stating that the complainant came to her shop and only purchased a gift card for a Christmas present and then returned in a few hours asking for a refund, in which she denied due to the store's policy. The respondent states the complainant became very indignant and threatened to ruin and shut down her business, so she issued her a refund. A copy of its receipt is submitted with the response. The respondent further denies providing any service to the complainant. Recommend close for lack of evidence of grounds for discipline, with instructions for the area inspector to conduct an inspection.
Rob, I have a question.
Yeah.
Up there, the history,
Uh-huh.
what's with LOW mean?
Letter of warning.
Sir?
Letter of warning.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
CP is civil penalty. Number 28, 2013-001571. A December 13, 2013 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed 3 manicurists working on customers' nails and found a hot wax machine with everything necessary to perform waxing services in a licensed cosmetology shop in violation of 622102. The inspector states that no manager was present in the shop in violation of Rule 0440.02.03. Recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order for a $500 civil penalty. 29 is 2013-003771. The January 3, 2013 notice of violation does not provide sufficiently detailed information to determine whether a violation of the Cosmetology Act was even observed during the inspection. So, closed for lack of evidence of grounds for discipline. 30 is 2013-001581. The December 13, 2012 notice of violation alleges the respondent, the owner of a licensed manicurist skincare shop, relocated such shop without first submitting an application for change of location and passing the required inspection. The inspector states the owner of the shop was working on a client at the time of the inspection. Board office records indicate that an application for change of location was received in December of last year. It was approved in January of this year. So recommend close at the letter of warning. 31 is 2013-001881. December 28, 2012 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed an individual was practicing on a client's pedicure without a valid license. The inspector also found a wax machine with everything needed to perform wax services in the rear of the shop. It was simply a manicure shop. Towels and tools were improperly stored in violation of their sanitation and disinfection rules. Further, the inspector states that no one in the shop was wearing an ID tag. So recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle a consent order for a civil penalty of $750. 32 is 2013-001941. A January 7, 2013 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed an individual doing a manicure on a client. I think that's probably without a valid license. Response to the notice of violation was received from the manager of the shop stating that during the inspection he was interviewing the individual in question for a job, and part of the interview is to polish one of the client's nails for free. The individual in question submitted a letter stating that the service was free of charge. The response requesting that the board reconsiders the notice to a letter of warning. Recommend approving closure with the letter of warning with a cease and desist instruction against permitting individuals to practice in the shop without a license. The last one, 2013-001851. The December 21, 2012 notice of violation reports that the area inspector observed an unlicensed individual was performing nail services with an expired shop license in violation of 62-4-118. The inspector states that the manager owner was not present in the shop in violation of the responsibility for compliance rule. So I recommend authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with a $500 civil penalty. The end of it.
Are there any comments?
On 26.
Number 26.
Ms. Huckabee,
Problems.
can you lower your microphone? We can't hear you.
Yes, it's my voice also. The inspector found some violations going on there, and they've got a prior history, and you've only got 500 on that.
Yes. Like to pose a different civil penalty?
Well, they were doing lashes in,
Four different things.
yeah, it's a manicure shop. They got the dirty files and buffers, but they've got a history, and you've only got 500 on that. And the next one under that's the same.
26.
So
27.
27. That's a consumer complaint.
27, I believe, is.
Okay.
Do you want to make a suggestion on that price, Ms. Huckabee?
I wanted some comment on it.
Number 15 was 15. Number 15.
50.
Quite a few violations
15.
in there. 15.
It's late. 50. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Do we have access to investigators anymore in the...
We do.
We do?
Yes, ma'am.
I would just mention number 15. There's several different violations. And several times, now this is just myself saying, there is a lack of, we couldn't do anything for a close with a lack of grounds or insufficient inspections.
On number 15?
No, I said and. I've noticed in the whole, there is several different times that there's lack of evidence and or sufficient grounds for discipline?
Right.
Are the inspectors not,
Well, and some of
or
them,
what's happening?
the response to the complaint, they provided everything we needed to show compliance, so there wasn't any
Okay,
evidence.
afterwards.
Yeah, the allegation was, you're not doing this. They said, yes, we are, and they proved
Okay.
it. And other ones, if there's not enough evidence that we wanted, because I look at the file and I'm wondering if this would be suitable to send to litigation if we had to.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And if my legal judgment, there's just simply not enough evidence for us to send it to litigation and win, because I always want us to win the
Yeah.
cases.
Just more
Enough.
of information.
Yeah.
Rob, on 16 and 17, I'm not familiar with the word.
Cosmological needs to be changed, it's a
To
typo.
cosmetology in both.
When did we start
Astrology.
using that word?
Okay.
It's
Well,
in
the
16
word
and
check
17.
didn't pick it up.
And then I have one other question, and I'm through. Number 28. I am confused. Is that a cosmetology shop, or was that a manicure shop? I'm just confused.
This isn't a licensed cosmetology.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
The question is, I'm confused on, it says it's a cosmetology shop, and a cosmetology shop is allowed to do nails, toes, wax, etc. I guess I'm confused on what did they do wrong? Their
Was it a
violation.
manicure shop or a cosmetology shop?
It's a cosmetology shop.
I know,
That's what it says, but,
Yeah.
it's not reading that way.
but the first two lines make you think it's a manicure shop with 3 manicurists.
Do you know if it's cosmetology or a manicure shop?
It's fine if
See,
it's manicure, I mean,
62,
cos shop.
4102. F4, cosmetology shop. Means any place of business where any person engages or offers to engage in any practice of cosmetology for a fee or other form in compensation, but does not include a manicure shop or skincare shop.
Now, we know what that means, but it was a manicure or a nail shop. Well, it's got cosmetology shop in parentheses.
Because there was, there was no manager.
That's the only thing.
Practice of
Cosmetology. Even if you're a licensed cosmetologist,
Yes, you can.
you can do this license to do a separate license. Not include a manicure shop.
No, I know, but it says engage in any practice of cosmetology.
The person can.
And these are the, okay.
Not in the shop. Licensed shop has to be
It's not a licensed shop?
licensed cosmetology shop.
Cosmetology. Cosmetology in any but does not include manicure shop, is meaning that a cosmetology shop A, B, C, D. Simply a cosmetology.
Were you finding them 500 because they did not have a licensed manager on Judy?
I think that there's a difference in the interpretation of the law. I think that the interpretation of the law as presented is that you have to have a aesthetic shop license to perform waxing. That's not been my practice in the past. You can perform waxing within a cosmetology shop because it's a cosmetology practice under the definition of cosmetology. This is a licensed cosmetology shop.
So I guess my question is, other than not having a licensed manager there, what was the violation?
That would have been the major violation. It's not having a manager there. Because the manager has to be a licensed cosmetologist. There wasn't one there.
So,
Is it worth 500 is what I'm asking? Because that's the only violation I see is that
They were licensed.
but they didn't have a manicure license
Problem was they didn't.
manager.
right.
And they were working on nails and toes.
Without a
They
managing
didn't-
cosmetologist.
Yeah, they didn't have the license either.
They didn't have their manager present, I think.
That's why attorney.
Okay. Basically, the inspector's stating that their license is a full-service shop, but they only provide manicure services, and the inspector also provides that the person who does provide cosmetology services lives in a different area and doesn't even come into the shop unless there's hair appointments. And I don't know, it's probably better suited if we suggested that they downgrade their license, but technically if they want to be a full-service shop and offer hair services, they should have the option for this person to come in and offer their hair services to these clients. So I think the inspector in this case may have just misunderstood. If they're a licensed cosmetology shop, they need a licensed cosmetologist manager present, but it may be more beneficial if they got a manicuring or aesthetic shop license in order to cover them, since they never have a licensed cosmetologist present. They simply usually have aesthetics and manicuring services that they provide full-time. I think that's what the problem was.
And I think by just reading between the lines, that this is probably an ongoing thing the inspector has seen.
Likely.
And he had to come up with some way to make this
Right, so his interpretation of that was that they should likely be licensed as something else or have a manager there all the time that's willing to do all three. And since their manager was not present, just because they're not doing the services that the manager is managing doesn't change the law that if you're a licensed cosmetology shop, you must have a licensed cosmetologist present all the time. And I think that that's where he was going at with this. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry for the confusion.
And they've had a little trouble with this before.
I can tell after reading this over and over to myself, it's not a first-time thing.
Well, they've got a history
Yeah.
of problems.
Are there any more questions on the legal report? If not, do I hear a motion that we accept? Other than changing the way cosmetology was spelled?
I will. I made it
Thank
last
you.
month, but I'll make it again.
All right, motion made by Mr. Herbert, we accept. Do I hear a second? Second by Ms. Smith. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Before we adjourn, what about the April PSI meeting?
I forwarded to you, Mr. Herford, and I think Miss Walker, who was the other individual, about the April PSI meeting. And the PSI contact, Miss Thomas, advised me that only the chairman wouldn't be able to be in attendance because there wasn't enough space, that really this was their Raider training. But she still has not given me a firm date. She said she would give me that information as soon as she had it.
I can't be there 3 days.
Right. I think only one day is necessary. I think that it's just for our purposes and learning about the Raider training to see if we have any questions to be able to bring back to the full board.
Okay.
And I plan on attending as well if there's not someone in my place at that time. Okay?
Okay.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I had a question. Whenever I go in some of the schools, I have a problem with the license that's should be on the wall, up to date, current license. What's the problem that the office can't get those out?
I'm not sure what you're asking. The people aren't receiving their instructor licenses?
Yes.
I'm not aware that there's a problem. If someone renews, their renewal is processed depending on how they renew. For example, if you renew online, you pay. As soon as you pay, the system automatically processes your license. The board office doesn't even see that. It's done through a processing center. If for some reason they haven't attended continuing education, then that may be a reason why they haven't received their renewal.
No, that's. I don't think that's the problem. It's just that the office is late in getting those out. That's what I've been told every time.
For instructor licenses?
Yes, in a school.
I'm not aware of that issue. It's never
Probably
been
need
brought.
to check into that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm aware of this too, where it's got like cosmetology instructor or esthetician cosmetology instructor.
The only delay would be if they have not proven to the board office that they've attended the continuing education for the year, then we wouldn't process their license with instructor status. It would not be processed even if they pay, if they haven't proven that they've gone to their continuing education.
Well, I know one that has had proof and sufficient, sent the money in on like the first of the month when it was out the last day. 5 months later, it still hadn't been processed.
Unless her information has changed in our system, they're processed like clockwork. Unless her license was sent, her address has changed, or she didn't provide forwarding address information, I'm not aware of.
Everything was in order.
Mr. Herford, have you had any trouble with getting your
I think
instructor
I've got
licenses
one right
processed?
now that hasn't been sent in a reasonable time.
Okay, I'd love to get that information so I can check into
But
it.
I'm not sure. I'm going to call before I leave.
Okay.
Is there any more discussion before the board?
I got a question that I'm sorry. May I ask a question?
You certainly may.
Okay. I have a salon as well as a school, and I may be getting in trouble starting next month if something happens. I have booth rental, and we're all cosmetologists, with the exception of coming on board will be another license, and that would be an esthetician. So it's going to be tough for me to tell my cosmetologists that they have to stay in that shop so that they can cover for the other girl that's going to be there maybe later.
I'm not sure what your question is.
I think what he's saying,
Manager.
the manager, if all the manager left and this esthetician was going to work another hours, maybe afternoon.
Oh, late hours. She could simply license the shop as an aesthetic shop, and she could be the licensed esthetician there, and it could be duly licensed, and that would remedy that problem.
That's cool. That's more money, right?
Yes. A shop license is a new license.
Okay, does booth rentals, does each one of them buy a license?
No, they're registered as a salon, and each person has their own individual license. But you don't have like, if you have 5 stylists, you don't have 5 salon licenses.
Okay, next question. Does each one of them have a business tax license?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them.
Well, they're supposed to.
And then some of them have individual business license. That insurance, liability, and everything, not depend on the salon owner.
They're supposed to do that.
Some of them enforce it.
Any other comments?
Yes, I have. I'm not going to leave without asking this. How's it coming with the executive director position?
I don't think there's been any status updates or changes since last month.
Hasn't been advertised?
No.
Are they still planning to hire an executive director for cosmetology?
As far as I know.
Okay. Another thing is, where does Senate Bill 0491 stand right now? I think is it in a committee?
Is that, tell me which one that is.
Mobile manicurist.
Mobile manicurist. I believe the representative requested a mandatory language be drafted, to which was drafted for his review. Now, a mandatory language that's requested by the department is, for literally their review, and there's legal on the Hill that can change that or add it or do away. But I believe in this case, his intention was not to create mobile manicuring shops. His intention was to expand a current exemption listed in the statute. That answer your question? I think it's not been going through committees yet because it's being changed. Because I don't think his intention came out in the way it was filed.
It's being changed?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I haven't looked at the calendar or anything that's been filed today since the weekend, but I know a mandatory language was requested last week to better display his intentions. And I don't know that anything's been filed as an amendment to that bill yet. I can't confirm or deny that, but I do think that it's being held until that mandatory language is looked at.
Okay.
Anything else to come before the board?
I just have a comment. Jen, you had something first, though, didn't you?
Oh, I was just going to ask her where she got the address and names that went on our correspondence that you sent out this week.
Miss Linda Goodwin, who is the Reg Board's manager, has all of the board members' information from when they became board members. It's the information provided by the governor's office. So if something's wrong, please let me know, and I will adjust it. Miss Colley actually got her letter last time at her shop and requested that it not go to her shop, it come to her house, and we did that. So if there's some change, you can let me know after the meeting. That way it's not on record.
Okay, I'll make this quick. I sent a letter to this board 2 years ago recommending that we take a look at the student instructor hours. Right now the state has 300 hours, and therefore we can't as a school go more than 1.5 times that, or 450 hours. We personally don't think that's enough time to properly instruct an instructor, and I haven't heard a word from anyone, and I just wondered what I'd have to do to get it back on course.
That's statutory.
I understand.
It would be a statutory change. You would need to contact your local representative and talk to him about making a change to the Cosmetology Act.
He and also the state senator has had that on their desk for 2 years as well. So what I do, just go up and jump up and down on their desk or something.
I'll bring a movie camera.
I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way. Law changes are not easily made.
Well, this one hasn't even been argued, though.
Is that Monday? Our next meeting is the first Monday in April. I think that's April Fool's Day, isn't it? Oh,
we pull a lot of tricks that day.
And we will have the Reciprocity Committee meeting next month as scheduled, and Ms. McAllister, you will be present, and we'll do that at 8:30, and if we get through with everything before, we'll just adjourn like we did this time and start the next board meeting at 10, and we will be in this lovely new room. I hope you all have enjoyed our new location.
Oh, it's very nice. They need to work on these mics.
It has been a little bit of a problem. They're really sensitive. If you don't touch them and you're close enough, then they do fine. If you touch them, they sometimes have problems.
They cut off sometimes.
Well, when you're speaking, it's red and it's active, but when you stop, it should turn itself off. In my case, it didn't.
Okay, is there anything else to come before the board? If not, do I hear a motion we adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Smith. We adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.